Hello, Jonathan.
Al, I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okie doke, thank you. Right, me and my wife decided that we wanted to buy a new fridge freezer as our old one had broken down. And the old one we've always kept in an outhouse. So this was in October 2020. So off we went, we had a look around. Eventually we come across a fridge freezer which suited us.
Now, did you find this in a shop?
Am I allowed to say this?
No,
yeah?
no, I don't want any names of shops,
I know,
but
I'm
did
not
you
giving
find
any
it
names.
in a shop?
Yes.
Okay. Did you explain to whoever was advising you in the shop where this fridge freezer needed to go?
Yes, we did.
So you said this is for an outhouse.
Yes.
Okay. The reason why I ask that question is most fridge freezers are not designed to go outside. The way that they are built is to work with a moderately warm ambient temperature outside. So, for example, they're designed to go in a kitchen or a utility room where the temperature's never going to get too cold.
That's right.
The problem that you can have is if you put a fridge freezer that is not designed to go outside, specifically in a garage or a shed or somewhere where the temperature may drop very low indeed, as soon as the temperature goes down, it will stop the fridge freezer from working. So that's why I'm just interested to know whether you made it very clear to the member of staff.
Precisely. Well,
okay.
we did. As I say, we was looking at the fridge freezer. Eventually, we called the salesman over. Exactly what he said. We explained that it's going into our outhouse as we replacing the old one, which we had for over 20 years. He never mentioned, I say once again, never mentioned that, no, it's not suitable for an outbuilding.
And you're certain he knew that it was to go in an outhouse?
Absolutely.
Okay, fine.
Absolutely. So, as I said, we went over a few details. Eventually, we decided to have it. We paid what we had to pay. Should I tell you how much we paid?
Yes.
Yes, it was £249.99p plus £20 to have our old fridge freezer taken away and obviously a new one delivered.
Yeah.
And also, when the delivery drivers and smashing people, they were great blokes, bought it obviously off the van, took the old one out, put it into our outhouse, and they didn't even mention, oh no, this won't be suitable for your outhouse, because because which they didn't. So they set it all up. We waited about 24 hours, switched it on, and we had no problem for about 6 weeks until the temperature dropped, and then we made inquiries to the people who we bought it off.
So hang on a second. After 6 weeks, what went wrong with it?
It just stopped. Just stopped completely because it gone down below 10 degrees.
Yes.
And
this is the problem that I was mentioning earlier. They are just, most fridge freezers are not designed to be in a room where the temperature goes so low. Don't ask me the technical reason, because the technical reason goes over my head. But they are not designed to go in a room with such cold temperatures. There are only very few fridge freezers that you can have in a garage or a shed. So you have to be very careful and make sure that it definitely is described as a fridge freezer that's suitable for outside temperatures. So this just packed up, it stopped working. So did you go back to the retailer and say, hang on a minute, you've given me terrible advice. I told you where this fridge freezer was going and you advised me to get this one?
Yes, we went, as I say, we went back to where we bought it, and because of the lockdown, etc., there's a person come to the door, handed us this leaflet with numbers on, to ring up and explain what's wrong with that. What went wrong with the fridge freezer, and which we did, and we must have phoned off. It was over. Let me just see. Yes, we phoned about 6 times. and the.
What's the crux of what they're saying to you, Al?
Pardon?
What is the crux of what they're saying to you? What's their position on it?
Well, the thing is, as I said, when we kept phoning up, we was put to someone else.
Yes.
And they just explained, well, you have to bring it indoors. And if it doesn't start working after 3 days, then you can ring us back. But I did say to them, well, we don't want it indoors. We bought it for outside. We didn't know. Obviously, that it didn't work.
Yes, but hang on a second, because a very crucial part of this, Al,
right,
is that you bought it in store, having spoken to a member of staff who you told where this freezer was to go.
Uh-huh.
So therefore, you bought it based on their advice, and it would appear their advice was incorrect.
That's right.
So have you stressed that point? Because to be honest, if you go on the internet and just buy a freezer and then stick it in the garage and it doesn't work, well, that's your own fault, because you should have done some homework, and you can't possibly hold the company accountable for the fact that you haven't done your homework and you've bought the wrong product. But if someone in a store has advised you, they are supposed to be the experts. They're supposed to know about the products that they're selling you. Mm-hmm. And somebody working in a store selling fridge freezers should know that most of those fridge freezers, if not all of them on display, are not suitable to go in garages or sheds.
Right. Well, I can assure you didn't say that at all to us, Jonathan.
I'm not saying he did, but what have they said to you when you have raised that very point?
Just what you said. They said, no, it will not work. The fridge freezer, what you bought.
So then, did you then say to them, well, why did you tell me to buy it then?
Well, not to the people over the phone. No, I didn't.
Okay.
I just told them. I just said that it doesn't work inside in our outhouse, etc., etc.
The problem we're going to have potentially here, Al, is that it sounds as if this was all done verbally in store. And I would imagine you don't have the name of the person that served you on that day.
Hold on.
I don't want. Please don't name him or her on the radio.
No. Have we got the name of the person the salesman? My wife's just looking at the receipt, Jonathan.
Does it say? If it says his name,
just having a look. If you bear with me 1 moment, please.
That's all right. If it says his name, we might have some luck here.
Right. Hold on, Bernadette.
I don't want any names on air, though.
No.
Just tell me yes or no. Yeah, you've got the name, right. Fantastic. Yeah. OK. Tara, can we get a bit of detail and go and speak to this company? And the crucial part of the argument is that Al and his wife came in and relied on their expertise as the professionals. He made it very clear where this fridge freezer was to go. They've got the name of the member of staff who wrongly advised them to go ahead and purchase this one. It doesn't work where they wanted it to go. Therefore, they have a duty of care to him. They failed, and they need to take it back and either replace it with a fridge freezer that does work in outside temperatures or give him his money back so he can buy one that does.
I shall put that call in. What happened to all your food, Al?
It's the can of booze what I was worried about.
Oh, I see. This is your alcohol fridge, is it, Al?
Yeah, I was going to. Yeah, no. Yeah, there was. We lost about 20 odd pounds worth of food, frozen food. So it wasn't a horrific amount, but
no, but it's very frustrating, and it is always worth just talking about cases like this on the radio because a lot of people don't realise this. Please be aware. I remember years ago when Delia Smith started doing she did that cheat programme where she showed you how to do food out of jars and packets.
Yeah.
For some bizarre reason. Quite why Delia Smith did that, I'll never know.
I don't think it was her finest moment.
No, I love Delia Smith's food,
I do.
But I like the fact that you have to properly cook it. You know, the whole point of doing a Delia Smith meal is it takes a bit of effort, but it's worth it. But she started doing that programme, and I remember in the programme, started taking people outside to a shed where apparently she kept her freezer. And when she was doing it, I held my head in my hands thinking, oh my God, how many people are now going to go out and buy freezers for their sheds? Just thinking any old freezer will go in a shed, only to find that the thing, come October, November time, will suddenly pack up and won't work. And all your food will be ruined. Anyway, listen, I'll leave it to us. We'll go and have a word with the company and see what we can do, OK?
Thank you.
Now, Teresa purchased a new washing machine in September. After about 6 weeks, she noticed that after each wash, there was still fabric softener left in the dispenser. So she got in touch with the retailer, who said, oh, no, nothing to do with us. You need to call the manufacturer.
On the 23rd of December, they sent an engineer, and he plugged in a diagnostic machine. He never done any other checks or anything. He looked at the only thing he did was pulled out the dispenser drawer. And he said, oh, your conditioner's too thick. Right. Well, I've been using the same conditioner for I don't know how many years. I said, oh, that's weird. And he said, yeah, it's too thick. He said, how much do you put in? And I showed him the capful that I put in. Well, you're probably putting in too much and it's too thick. And I said, well, do I need to dilute it down? And he said, well, that won't make any difference. I said, but if you're telling me it's too thick, surely... Well, no, it won't make any difference, just use less. And I thought, well, if I use less, it's still thick. I carried on using half a capful.
Well, the problem remains... But have we managed to find a solution to this? You have been following, I know so many of you have been following this story with great interest, and we had a lot of calls from people who know about washing machines who were saying, oh, well, what's happened is it's all got a bit clogged up and you need to pour boiling water into it and that will free it all. Well, Teresa tried all of that, didn't work, didn't make any difference. There doesn't seem to be a blockage anywhere. It's just that for whatever reason, the fabric softener does not seem to dissolve when the water goes into it and then is not flushed properly through into the wash. So there's clearly some kind of problem. Well, Teresa's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Teresa.
Oh, hello, Jonathan.
It was simply incorrect of the retailer to send you off to speak to the manufacturer. The simple fact is when you purchase any product, your contract is with that company that you pay the money to. It's not with the manufacturer. It may well be that a company will advise you to talk to the manufacturer because the manufacturer is an expert in the goods that they produce, but it should never be phrased in a way that leaves you with the impression that that retailer does not have an obligation to you. I went and spoke to the retailer, explained the situation. They said, oh, OK, well, it sounds like we need to get one of our own guys to go round and have a little look at the washing machine and see what we can find out. So, sure enough, someone turned up, didn't he?
He did, yes.
But unfortunately, he kind of concluded, the same as the engineer from the manufacturer, that it was all to do with the fabric softener. Well, I just don't understand this, because fabric softener is fabric softener is fabric softener. You know, we all use fabric softener. I know that there is concentrated fabric softener and fabric softener that isn't concentrated, but you were saying even when you dilute this fabric softener and put it into the dispenser, it still doesn't go down into the wash, does it?
No, it doesn't.
So to blame it on the thickness of the softener seems a little bit ludicrous. Now, I gather there have been further developments and the retailer has offered to do a little more than they were originally suggesting they were going to do. What's the latest, Teresa?
Oh, yes, Jonathan. They actually phoned the manufacturer and they mentioned about the first engineer, how they weren't happy with what he'd done, and they're going to look into that. They've also arranged for the manufacturer to come up this afternoon with a new drawer or a new unit to replace it.
Right.
So that's between 1 and 4 today. So the suspense continues.
The only thing is, and I don't wish to be a party pooper here, but, I mean, the actual drawer where you put your washing powder or whatever you may want and then your fabric softener, it does work, doesn't it?
Well, it does. It's a very strange one because what I did over the weekend, I did a few washes, and instead of emptying it out each time, emptying what was left out, I left it in, and it will build up, so it'll add to what's there. And also, it's clear, the water is clear that's left, but it would be because the water that comes down to push it out is clear water, so it would dilute it down so that it is clear.
Well, hang on a minute. So are you saying that if you put in fabric softener that is, for example, blue, at the end of the wash there's no blue left in the fabric softener, it's only clear water? Only
because it's diluted down so much that the water that comes down from the machine that pushes it through the machine,
but then surely
will be clear. So it is still conditioner. You can smell it.
But surely it's working then. If the water is diluting it and then flushing it down.
No, I dilute it. So I've diluted on their advice.
Yeah, but if you're putting into your little fabric softener bit of the drawer,
Yeah.
if you put, say, Comfort or Lenore or whatever, and it's blue in colour, if at the end of the wash, and if you've diluted it but it's still blue in colour, if at the end of the wash there's no blue left, then surely that conditioner has gone into the wash.
What it is, it's diluted so much that it is barely, it's actually lilac, the stuff I used, and it's not neither here nor there, but it's diluted so much now that it is practically clear when it goes in. So water is added to it
Yeah.
to flush it down, but it is still conditioner there because you can smell it. And also, over the weekend where I'd done quite a lot of washing, it built up in the drawer.
And the washing that's coming out...
there each time, because normally I empty it out after every wash.
And is the washing that's coming out crunchy?
Crunchy, no.
Well, you know when you've washed stuff without fabric softener, for example, towels.
Yeah.
If you wash towels without fabric softener, they go crunchy.
Yeah, no, it isn't crunchy.
Right, so that would suggest that some of the conditioner is going into the wash.
Yeah, and it has been. It has been going in, but it leaves some behind because you can smell it in the wash. But
Well, I think it's going to be
left behind.
it's going to be very interesting to see what happens.
Yeah.
When the chap comes out this afternoon with the new drawer to see whether that solves the problem or not. And I think if he suggests to you that it's working absolutely normally, then just ask him why it is that it seems that, it has to be diluted so much, and even at the end of the wash, having washed it through, whatever water is left in that section still smells very strongly of softener, suggesting that most of the softener did not actually end up in the wash.
I am wondering what it's going to be when they do turn up, because when I spoke to the retailer, who have been really, really good, actually, I have to add, I said, well, look, why don't I just pop down and pick the drawer up? Because I just thought it's long. But he said, oh, no, it's a unit. So maybe it's not just the drawer. He said it's a unit, it would have to be fitted.
Oh, okay.
So
okay. Well, maybe they're going to change the whole kind of the drawer and the pipe that goes down into the wash, and maybe they're going to try all of that. Well, let's wait and see. Can we talk tomorrow and find out how the meeting goes?
Yes.
Brilliant.
Yeah, that's fine.
OK, Teresa, good luck for this afternoon. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Tracy ordered a self-adhesive whiteboard to make her life more organised, as you do. She was going to stick it on the freezer door so she knew what was inside that freezer and when it needed eating.
I got an email to say that my parcel had arrived at the local collection hub. So I sent my 15-year-old son, and he came back home empty-handed, saying the shopkeeper had told him that they don't take parcels in for anyone. They're not a collection hub for anybody. I then went down to the local shop myself in the afternoon, just on the off chance that my son has got the wrong end of the stick and my parcel was there. And I showed the shopkeeper on my phone where it says that he's a collection point for this online retailer. And I said, I can't be the only person that's ever come in asking to collect a parcel, can I? And he said, oh, no, I get people in every single day. He said, I've sent over 50 emails to this online retailer saying I'm not a collection point.
This really is a very strange case. The guy says he's not a collection point, he's never been a collection point, and yet his shop is listed by this company, apparently, as one of their collection points. Hence, Tracy chose to collect from him. So what on earth is going on? We've been off to have a word with the company on Tracy's behalf. Tracy's back on the JVS show now. Good morning.
Good morning, Jonathan.
This really is very, very weird. Tara, what's the company had to say? Why are they listing a shop as a collection point that has no knowledge of being a collection point, nor any desire to be a collection point? Thank you very much indeed.
Well, there's some discrepancy on that, but anyway, I'll get to that in a minute. The company is Amazon, and they got back to me when I relayed all of Tracy's points about this case to them. And they've given me some pointers, really, to illustrate exactly what's been happening and maybe put some information to this. So they say when the customer ordered the product, the pickup collection point was still available to receive orders. So after the programme, I looked into this case and I couldn't see that this particular shop was down as a collection point. So whether or not that had been changed subsequent to Tracy actually.
So if you try and order something from Amazon now, you can't get it delivered to his shop?
No. There is somewhere, without mentioning any names, that has a very similar name on a street a bit further away.
Right.
So I first of all thought, maybe there was just something wrong with that address and there's a bit of muddlement going on here. But actually, Tracy sent me forward the information that she'd been given, and the address was there for that particular shop, who said, well, no, we don't receive parcels. Also, Amazon said, unfortunately, in this particular situation, the pickup collection point notified us they no longer wish to receive orders after the product was delivered.
Right, well, that's a completely different version of events, isn't it? Because you were saying, Tracy, this guy at the shop said that he has never been a collection point, nor does he want to, and he doesn't receive any goods.
Sounds like he was quite busy, having all the parcels delivered there, if that was the case.
Did he, can we clarify that point, Tracy? When you spoke to the guy in the shop, did he say that he had ever received any items on behalf of that company?
No, he said he'd never, ever received any parcels for any company.
Very weird.
Well, it goes on to say, in terms of the pickup collection point notifying them that they no longer wish to receive orders after the product was delivered, they go on to say this is against our policies because we ask pickup/collection hubs to give us 15 days notice if they no longer wish to receive orders from Amazon. Okay, and then I want to have one more final point. We have contacted the customer, which I'm hoping you can clarify in a moment, Tracy, to arrange a replacement whiteboard and make things right. Because I said to them it wasn't that you wanted a refund, you actually wanted the whiteboard.
Yes. You want to be organised and know what's about to go off in your freezer.
I do.
OK, well, let's start with hopefully the good news. Have you received your whiteboard?
No.
Well, we tried. OK, so there's no... Have you heard anything from Amazon about them delivering your whiteboard?
Nothing.
Oh,
Nothing
God. Right, OK.
Hold on, I'm just typing something now.
Well, this is not just not looking very good, is it? Because I was hoping you at least would have the whiteboard, but I'm still intrigued to know why Amazon seem to think this man and his shop that have... I mean, you were saying this family have run this shop for a long time.
Yeah, over 3 years now, this particular family.
And you were saying that they have never been a collection point for this company.
Never, or any parcel company. They don't take anything in for anyone.
That's what they were saying to you.
Yeah.
And yet Amazon are saying that they were a collection point up until recently when it was decided that they no longer wanted to be a collection point. So either whoever runs the shop was not telling you the truth when they said that they have never been a collection point, or Amazon are confused between who is a collection point for them and who is not a collection point.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's probably the latter. It's a shop that I'm very familiar with. I use a few times a week because it's our local convenience store if we've run out of essentials. I think it's Amazon that are confused, not the shopkeeper.
Yeah. Well, it's very weird. A very, very weird one. I mean, the good news is it would appear now, if you try to select that shop as a collection point, it no longer comes up.
No,
and I've checked that.
With Tara, yeah.
So hopefully any confusion that has existed in the past, for whatever reason, now no longer exists. So that is a positive. But I'm a bit disappointed that having given us the impression they were going to, get the whiteboard out to you and sort this problem out, you still have no whiteboard. And dare I say it, Tracy, I don't wish to go on about it, but you've got absolutely no idea what the hell's in your freezer.
That's more of a worry.
Freezer burn problems galore at the moment.
Oh, dear, really? Is it that bad? Is it overflowing?
It could be when I get to the back of it.
Oh, God. Well, OK, well, look, I think we need to go back and have another little word with them. And can we just ask them to clarify that point? Can we say to them, look, Amazon, either you're confused with who is a collection point and not, or the man that runs the shop round the corner from Tracy is misleading Tracy. Either way, someone has got it wrong here. And this does not make sense. Can we just get some clarification?
Absolutely. And Tracy, they've not refunded you at all, have they?
No, I've checked this morning. There's no refund.
Right, OK. Well, listen, we will get back onto it and we'll talk to you later on in the week, and fingers crossed you will have a beautiful whiteboard on the outside of your freezer door with everything fully labelled up.
I hope so.
Oh,
Thank you for your help.
What excitement that will be. Tracy, we'll talk to you very soon. Amazon, I'm afraid, not getting any honkage at all.
Not yet, no.
No.
I must admit, I'm quite tempted to get a whiteboard as well. And I know that last time Tracy was on, a few people sent texts in to say, what a good idea. I think this could be a great life hack. It would have to replace a picture of a topless Harry Styles that my daughter's put on the fridge freezer at the moment. I think it could be a good move.
My friend was convinced Jonathan was going to have one before the end of the week as well.
What, a topless Harry Styles on my freezer door?
Well, you know, whatever floats your boat.
Not this week. I don't think I would want one, actually, because my very smart stainless steel executive American-style fridge freezer with ice dispenser...
That's what I've got.
Yes, but I think a whiteboard would ruin the look.
Well, at the moment, it would have to replace a piece of paper that I keep forgetting to cross things off on. So I literally have not got a clue what's in mine either, Tracy.
Right, Tracy, listen, we will talk later on in the week. Now, Matt ordered a clutch for a car he was rebuilding. This clutch was coming from France, as apparently he can't get the same item here in the UK. Well, apparently it arrived with UK Customs on January the 14th. However, there's a problem in terms of him getting it.
The company I ordered from in France needed to give my details to the French branch, who would then pass it on to the UK branch. After they would have received my email and my phone number, they would then send a link on to me to give me the opportunity to pay the customs charges that are owed. It's the French branch that need chasing. Unfortunately, if the charges are not paid, the parts are then sent back to France.
Well, Matt hasn't got very long before he needs to pay those custom charges, so what can we do to try and solve matters? Well, I went off to have a word with the courier company to find out what was going on, where the problem lay, and could they please resolve it for Matt. He's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Matt.
Afternoon.
Good morning. Don't wish the day away. We're still just about in the morning. Cling on. Now, I did indeed go and have a word with the company concerned. They are DPD.
Yep, that's right.
And they've come back with this response. They say, after checking on this delivery, I can see that the item was initially sent on the 5th of January. However, with the recent closure of the borders and a suspension in our international service, the item has been delayed through our backlog, which I'm pleased to confirm we are now clearing. This has been a regrettable and sadly unavoidable delay due to the recent Brexit changes, as we wanted to ensure our service was fully operational before accepting any further customers' parcels, causing more disruption. As the item has now been processed and cleared for transport, it has been reported that a contact number and email have not been provided for Matt's parcel. This is a requirement in order to clear the item through customs, but also aid a payment link for duties and taxes to be sent directly to the recipient. Due to the item being imported from France, this is not something we can amend from the UK, as we do not have access to their main system to adjust or add any details. Matt has contacted ourselves on the 21st and again on the 25th of January, where this has been communicated, and advised to contact the seller so that this can be adjusted and a payment link can be issued. I do understand this has been upsetting, and I'm truly sorry we've been unable to rectify the issue on this occasion. I now believe the correct updates and information have been provided. So that seems to suggest, I'm still scratching my head a little bit. I mean, obviously, the item, it would appear, has been held because of the change in the regulations at customs to get stuff into the UK. Now, they seem to be suggesting that the fundamental problem now is that this French company that sells car parts has sent the item without enclosing on the paperwork your contact number and your email address, so that customs can contact you and tell you how much you need to pay in the additional, if there is an additional amount now that has to be paid before the item can be released. But then when they also say, I believe the correct updates and information have been provided, that suggests that things have changed. Have you heard anything since we last spoke?
No, the only thing I've heard from them was an email asking if it was okay to speak to yourselves. That's the only contact I've had with them since we spoke, and that I think that was the next day, or may have even been the same day. Okay. But no, they've not contacted me at all. And the seller in France has told me on numerous occasions they've sent through my details to the French branch of the courier. So
yeah, I mean, this is a bit frustrating in terms, and I don't believe you're alone in terms of waiting for stuff that seems to be stuck in this kind of way. Let's think about what we're going to do. Because if indeed the French company, as far as they're concerned, they're saying, yeah, we've done everything we needed to do, we can't do any more. If French customs have sent over the item, but it's then being held by UK customs, which is what you were told, then the two sides need to talk, don't they? But if in fact the information required by that French company has not been put on, I presume it has to be included on the label, or there must be accompanying paperwork with the package.
Yes. So when I first spoke to DPD, they said that they needed the company I bought the item from to contact DPD France to then issue the relevant, my contact details to the UK. They said that it would come through from DPD France. There was no mention that it would all be done in France, and that was that. It was they specifically said they will then send it over to the UK. So I then obviously asked them, well, if they're sending it over to the UK, why can't you just enter my details as I'm on the phone?
Now, in terms of let's just talk about this practically, because it sounds as if the item is stuck, and it sounds as if trying to get it back or trying to get it into this country is not necessarily going to be straightforward. So let's just talk about what we can do instead. How did you pay for the clutch?
It was PayPal.
PayPal.
I used, yeah.
I presume the item, if it does not come across to you in the UK, ends up being sent back to the original seller.
That's what they told me, yeah.
Right.
They said that it would be sent back last week.
So is it worth contacting the seller to explain the situation and to explain that UK customs are insisting the correct paperwork was not filled out in order to get that item into the UK? And therefore, as soon as they have received the item back, can they please fill in the paperwork correctly and distribute it again?
Yes, yeah, I think that might end up being the easiest option here.
And what protection do you have? I presume there is protection from PayPal in terms of if you never receive the item through no fault of yours, you are eligible for a refund. I know the refund is not really what you want because it's the clutch, but...
Yeah, I can get the money back. I have had to use PayPal before on that, and they are pretty easy to use for that. So,
well, I think you're going to have to do that, and the delivery company in France is going to have to pick up the pieces for the problem, because if the correct paperwork hasn't been done, and obviously with this complete change in the way stuff comes across the border from European Union countries into the UK, there have apparently been all kinds of problems in terms of companies either not realising just how much information needs to be provided in order for just a simple thing like this to get across into the UK, but all kinds of confusion as well. So I think it's probably best to try and get your money back and to reorder it.
Yeah, I did look into that, and I believe with PayPal there's 180 days that you have to wait before you can claim that the parcel is lost.
How much was the clutch?
£357 something.
Okay. Well, I think you're going to have to do that. I think you're going to have to contact the seller in France. Do they speak English?
They do. It's not great. The emails seem to be English, but not great, to be honest.
Well, and unfortunately, my French is rubbish.
Yeah, same there.
So there's a bit of a problem. I mean, I wonder whether... I'm just looking through the door to see if any of my French-speaking colleagues are in. We'll see if any of my French-speaking colleagues are in, because maybe what we could do is if you send me the email to the company, we can try and translate it and then get it sent to the French seller, and we see what effect that will have in terms of whether they can take responsibility for it.
Yes, yeah.
Let's try and do that. Regarding DPD, well, it doesn't sound as if they feel they can do any more than they have. But let's see if we can get that translated into French, and we'll take it from there. Okay.
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
One of my colleagues who is parlays the old Francais, he's in the building today. Tony Fisher, come on in quickly. Come on. Tony, do you speak French?
Oui, un peu. Je parle un peu le français.
Okay, is there any chance you could translate something for us into French to send to a French company about a clutch?
Yes, we can have a go, yes.
Okay, merci beaucoup.
Ah, de rien.
Okay, lovely. Right, leave it with us, Matt. We'll talk to you very soon. Hello, Rahini. You have a consumer problem, I gather. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Sure. So, not last year, the year before, I bought a TV from a big store. And I just use it for gaming generally. So it's only just connected to my consoles. And whilst I was playing it last year in October, so it's just it was just over in the second year of his out of warranty, the second year of purchase. Whilst I was playing on it, the screen just went black. I could still hear the sounds, etc. So I contacted the company, who said that, I was out of warranty and there was not much they could do about it apart from test and see what they can do afterwards. So they came and collected my TV, and they would have tested it, etc. And they offered me an interim amount of £126 for the television initially, which I was like, I'm not really happy with that. Either replace the TV or fix it, because £126 isn't going to get me the same TV again, which they weren't willing to do. So I kind of said to them that I'm going to be looking at my consumer rights, etc., and seeing what's what. Because to be fair, and from what I understand, the electrical product should last me at least, up to 6 years after purchase. And this hasn't even been the second year.
Okay, let's just go back a little bit then to the very beginning. You purchased this in what, 2019?
Yes, January 2019.
And how much was it?
£329.
329. How big is the TV?
It was a 50-inch TV.
Okay. Would that be, and I don't mean this to sound rude, but would that be considered a cheap TV then?
I suppose at that present moment in time, probably for the size it was, I suppose to a degree, yeah. But
yeah. Okay, let me just explain why that matters. In the same way that you wouldn't expect a Nissan Micra to be the same quality as a Rolls-Royce because of the difference in price, you can't expect a £329 TV to be the same quality as a £3,000 TV.
Sure.
The law gives you the right to expect that the more money you pay for something, the better quality it will be, and the longer you should be able to expect it to last. Okay?
Yeah, of course.
So let's start off realistic. This TV for £329, if you're using it, how often do you do your gaming on it?
Probably 2 or 3 hours, maybe 4 hours a week.
A week?
If that, yeah.
So you're not an enthusiastic gamer?
No, not very enthusiastic. I just do it for stress relief at the end of the day, or kind of, just to get my mind off things if I need to get my mind off whatever else is racing around in my mind.
Okay. So you should be entitled to expect that this TV will last for you a reasonable amount of time, but I think, if we were to suggest that it should definitely have lasted you for, I don't know, 6 or 7 years, maybe that's pushing it. I don't know. But I think it's certainly fair to suggest that this TV should have lasted you for 5 years. I think that's a good... That is a good place to start with this. Mm-hmm. So if we work out, so you got £329, which was your initial price. If we divide that by 5... that gives you an annual amount of £65.80. Okay? So you had this TV for... Did you say it went wrong in October of last year?
That's right.
So it lasted you for 1 year and 10 months?
That's right.
Okay, well, let's be generous to the shop for a start with. Let's assume that you've had it for 2 years. So if we do £65.80, times that by 2, you get £131.60p. Now, if we do the total amount again, £329 less let's call it 130 quid for the use that you've had, then that means that the amount of money that the company should be offering you is around £199. So what was the amount that they did offer you?
They offered me £126.
126. And how did they come to that figure?
They haven't actually told me how they came to the figure. The communications with the company was very, very difficult to have because I was the one calling them each time and trying to find out what happened. I even got to a stage where I asked them for a report of what was actually wrong with my TV, whether I could pay for it to be fixed myself cheaper than what they were offering me for it.
I doubt it. Not a £329 TV, I would have thought, is not worth repairing. What I think so to start with, you're not entitled to all of your money back. You've had 1 year and 10 months use from the original TV. The law states that you have to pay for that. You don't get that for free.
That's fine, I understand that.
However, the law also states that in the event of you buying a product that does not last for a reasonable amount of time, that breaks through no fault of yours as a consumer, that the retailer should pay you for the balance between the use that you did have and the use that you reasonably were entitled to have but didn't have, if that makes sense. Okay?
Yeah, I understand. If I can just interrupt you, they did call me, which I've asked for the subject access for, and I've heard the recordings, obviously, because I've already received them. They did offer me as a goodwill gesture the full refund back, and when they gave me the payment form so that they could put the money into my account, they only deposited the £126.
So they said to you they were going to give you the full amount, but then they didn't. Yeah,
they only deposited the £126. So when I received a call from their end to tell me eventually, after months of trying to speak to them and saying, this isn't appropriate.
Yeah.
They kind of called me back and said, look, as a goodwill gesture, we're willing to offer you the full refund for the full amount. And I was kind of skeptical at the beginning because I thought, okay, well, I'll take her word for it, but this might just be a prank call or something. So the next day I called them again to just confirm that they had called me and this was the case, which I was told that was correct. And that was when I decided that I was going to fill the form in and send it back to them.
But when they so you're telling me you've got a recording of them saying that they're going to give you the full amount back?
Yeah, I requested a recording from their company.
And yes, and have you got that?
Itself. Yes, I do.
You've got a recording. And do they actually say, because there's a difference, do they say we're going to pay you the full amount, or do they say we're going to pay you £329?
It said 300. She said £329, the value of the TV.
Right. And you've got that. So have you, when you've gone back to them to say, hang on a minute, you agreed on such and such a date to pay me £329, but you've only paid me 126, then...
Yeah. I've not had any response from them at all. So I emailed their customer service, the people that sent me the form, and sort of the company, the person in the company who's kind of in charge of that side of things. I found that information on their website, which I then emailed them across the details of how many conversations I'd had, what I'd spoken to them about, and what had been said.
Okay.
And I got an automated response from the company. However, I've not had any response from it.
Okay.
Whatsoever.
Okay. So let me just explain this in two parts. You're not entitled to £329 back.
Okay.
You're entitled, as far as I'm concerned, to an amount around £199. However, if they have agreed to you that they would pay you the full amount of £329 and have then not honoured their pledge of paying you £329, then that's not fair. And I think that's certainly something we can go and raise with them. We would obviously need to hear a copy of that recording, Rohini. Have you got that in a format that you could send over by email?
I can download them and send them over to you by email. Yes, of course.
Please don't send us Don't send us a whole load of recordings that are going to take us ages to listen to.
There's only two recordings. There's two recordings.
Hang on, Rohini. All we really need is just the clip on the recording of whoever it is saying, we will pay you £329.
Sure, I can send that over.
Brilliant. Okay, fine. I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail. We'll go and have a word, okay? Morning. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Yes, so back in August, the 24th to be exact, last year, I went to buy my daughter some new school shoes. I took her to the shop to be measured and paid £42 for the shoes. At the time, they were advertising that if the child outgrew their shoes by the 28th of February 2021, that they would replace them with a free pair. Oh. My daughter has since outgrown these shoes.
So hang on a second, let me just make a note of that offer. So the shoes are £42, which I would imagine in the world of school shoes, that's probably quite pricey, isn't it?
It is, but the reason I purchased them from the shop was because of the guarantee.
Right. So the guarantee is if your child outgrows these shoes before... How long did they give you?
Until the 28th of February 2021.
28th of Feb 2021.
Yeah.
If your child has outgrown them by then they replace the shoes for free?
Yes.
Oh.
And my daughter's feet grow pretty fast. So for me, this was a good deal.
I would have thought that's quite a risky strategy for the company, unless what they tend to do is advise you to buy a pair of shoes that's about 3 sizes too big for your child, knowing that there's no way you'd outgrow them. And I'm sure they would never do anything like that, but it seems as if there's a very high chance that they'll end up having to give a free pair of shoes by the 28th of February.
Yes, well, it was only a certain age group which my daughter falls into.
Right.
So she fell into that age group, and knowing that her feet grow so quickly, I thought, this is, I can see her possibly outgrowing them. If she doesn't, fine, but it's nice to have that guarantee that if she does, then she will get a new pair replacing them.
Yes, because I think I was having a brief discussion with my colleagues who mentioned that you were coming on this morning, and I was talking about my memory of school shoes. I was a big fan of wearing a black Oxford shoe at school. I think it's very smart, and I always liked to wear a black Oxford. I gather now, though, the children wear kind of their black school shoe that's almost a bit like a trainer type thing.
Well, this one has got a Velcro fastening, so it's quite easy for the children to get them on and off.
Yeah. And are they more like a trainer than a smart shoe?
No, this is a smart shoe.
Oh, good. Well, I like the idea of that. Are they patent leather or...?
They are patent, yeah.
Oh, how nice. Shiny black. Right, okay. So you bought these shoes. This was the guarantee. What's gone wrong?
So before Christmas, she started to complain that they felt tight. And I thought, I'll wait until after Christmas. So I tried them on her before she was due to go back in January. And she said, they feel too tight, Mummy. So I emailed the company explaining that, I bought them with the guarantee. She's now saying that they feel too tight, and her feet do feel like they're right at the front. Her toes do feel, right. Feel too small now. So what do I do in regards to exchanging them for a bigger size as per the guarantee? And I heard back on the 22nd of January, so a good amount of time later.
I presume the shop is shut.
It is, in lockdown, yes.
Right.
So that's why I emailed, because I wasn't sure what I needed to do.
And was there any kind of disclaimer at the time of purchase with this offer that, that was subject to shops being allowed to stay open?
Not that I noticed. And I even checked with the lady in the store when she got measured that guarantee was applied, and she said, yes, it is.
Right, but it's a bit difficult to apply it if the shop's shut.
Yes. That's why I emailed to find out what the, where I stood and what I needed to do.
And what did they tell you?
They told me via email that because of the lockdown and the stores being closed, they're unable to offer the guarantee any longer, but they would offer a 30% discount on a new pair of shoes if I ordered them online.
Okay. So, what are they... But how are they managing to justify not honouring the deal?
Well, this is the thing. I bought them from that store because of the guarantee.
Yeah.
Had that guarantee not been there, I would have got them from somewhere cheaper. But because my daughter does grow quite fast, I thought, well, that's, for me, that would be a good deal. And that's the reason that I bought the shoes. Now they're not saying that they're not going to honour that because of the lockdown restrictions and the stores being closed. I didn't know what I would need to do in order to get her a new pair of school shoes, because if I've now got to buy her a brand new pair, 30% off, that's nice, but I'd still have to pay £30 when they offered the guarantee of providing a new pair if she grew out of them.
Yes, quite. Okay, well, it sounds as if we need to go and have a little word with this company and ask how they feel it's justified to not honour a guarantee that they were providing at the time, an incentive to go and buy from them. Because as you say, £42 for school shoes, particularly at a time when, to be honest, going back to August of last year, surely it was always inevitable that children might not be going back to school in the same way that they would do normally anyway. Yeah. So it was quite an outlay, £42 on one pair of shoes.
It is, and I'm sure there's, other families in the same situation. And in current times with finances being the way that they are and things being tight for everybody at the moment, it just seems very unfair.
Well, I think we need to go and have a little word and find out what they are using as their justification for not honouring that offer that was out there. Tara, can we get some detail, please?
Absolutely. Being a mum of two myself and being through hundreds, it feels like, pairs of shoes as their feet have got bigger, I would be very frustrated by this.
Well, quite. Did you used to spend £42 on a pair of school shoes?
I did, and they're really not in them for very long.
No.
Yeah, absolutely.
But you can buy them much cheaper than that, can't you? Or is it a false economy?
You can. It can sometimes, I've found, be a false economy. And also, I unfortunately found that both of my children do have very expensive tastes.
Do your children also like a very smart Oxford?
Well, I once had a pair of those for my son, and they did not last a very long time at all. The idea of having a leather sole, Jonathan, when they're at school, and they're in all weathers and kicking all sorts of things about, they just don't last.
Oh, I liked either an Oxford or a brogue. That's what I used to like to wear at school. Very smart. Let's see what we can do. I'm going to
Did you go to school in the 18th century? I'm just wondering about this because...
No, I've always liked classic shoes.
I know you wear them now, but you obviously looked after them very well. In fact, actually, Melody, this is going to shock everybody. Can you just explain what you used to do with your shoes before you went to school, Jonathan?
What? shoes. Only once a week. I don't think that's excessive. But you need a nice... Well, you had to. Didn't you have to polish your shoes? Didn't teachers make a comment if your shoes were all scruffy?
No.
Really? No. Oh, you didn't go to such an executive school as me, you see. Right, let's see what we can do. I'm going to pass you back to Tara, Melody. We'll go and have a word with this company and find out why they are not honouring that offer, OK?
Thank you, Jonathan.
Peter called me last week with a bit of an emergency.
Yesterday morning, we were woken about 6:15 by a dog whining. It happens on occasions. He might want to go in the garden. But anyway, we came down and my wife was confronted with a front window smashed completely. We have a concrete pedestal bird bath in our front garden, and somebody had taken the top off it and thrown it through the window. It's really heavy. How they did it, I don't know. And it had just obliterated the window, and it was sitting on the floor. It's a double glazed window, a modern one. I mean, we only had to put it in by the window company this time last year. So my first thought was, I'm going to telephone the window manufacturer. And I said, OK, so how quickly can you get it done? And the lady said to me, 10th of February. So I said, well, that's no good to me. Can you not do it sooner? No, that's the earliest we can do it.
Well, what was also absolutely astonishing was that the company said not only could they come out no quicker than the 10th of February, but they also said to Peter that should he get another company in to board up the window or to replace the glass, that would then invalidate his 10-year guarantee. Well, Peter felt completely and utterly scuppered by them and came to me and said, this can't be right, and I'm absolutely entirely inclined to agree with him, and that's exactly what I went to argue to this company on Peter's behalf. He's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Peter.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, Peter.
Just before you say, I can remember myself some years ago as a school kid polishing my shoes every Sunday before the Monday. I don't know.
You go.
It used to be a rule in those days.
there you go. Well, I think that's what we used to do, isn't it? Standards, Peter.
Absolutely. Bath and clean your shoes, and that was it. Yeah.
Well, seemingly parents don't make their children clean their shoes anymore.
Well, it does make you wonder.
Well, no wonder this country's in the state it's in, Peter, eh? All these scruffy children with their scruffy shoes.
I'm not saying that.
Get out the brush and the tub of kiwi or whatever you use. Right, now look, regarding this window, I called the company and they asked me to send over an email. So I sent over an email to them and outlined the complaint and said, this is absolutely ridiculous. Although I can understand why, if you're particularly busy, I can understand why maybe nobody could come out to actually measure up and get the new replacement glazing panel sorted for this customer until the 10th of February. But to leave him in this position where he's being told, we can't come out till the 10th of February and you also can't get anyone else out to come and put a temporary board up because that will invalidate your guarantee, seemed an impossible position to leave you in. What were you supposed to do then? Leave the front of your house completely open to the elements and would-be thieves for 2 weeks?
Well, this is it.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, I did point that out, and there was sort of no reply. Obviously, didn't have an answer for that one, but there you go.
Absolutely ludicrous. Now, I know that they did get in touch with you immediately, and I gather things are looking up. First of all, what's happened from your end, and I'll tell you what they've said to me.
Okay, so from my end, they contacted me about 4 o'clock last Friday after I'd been on air just after 12. And gentleman said, "Oh, Mr. Harries." I said, "Yes." He said he was from the window company. And I said, "Right." So he said, "Oh, there's a chap coming along as I speak to come and board up your window." So I said, "Well, hang on a minute." I said, "I don't need it. It's boarded up now." So he said, "Hang on a second," and I can hear him in the background saying, "Oh, cancel that. The gentleman's had the boarding done." So I did actually say to him, I said, "Has anybody spoken to you from the radio show?" And he said, "Oh, I don't know anything about that." He said,
"Oh, that's very spooky."
He said to me, "All I know is that somebody on high has said to me, we need to get this chap sorted out straight away, get somebody's board his window and have the glass ordered and replaced." So I then sort of relayed the story, what had happened, and with your help and that. And he said, "Oh, okay, bear with me a second." So I was waiting for a couple of minutes, came back on the phone, and he said to me, right, Mr. Harry, he said, Tuesday, that would have been today. I don't know. I'm at work at the moment, so I don't know what it's been done. But apparently they were going to get the glass ordered and, made up to size. And then he said, I will come down personally and fit your window, your glass for you. And also, Mr. Harry, he said there'll be no charge whatsoever.
Well,
for the fitting or the glass. So I said, oh, thank you very much indeed.
Well, that is fantastic.
Absolutely.
But very importantly, did they give you an explanation as to why, until you came to my programme and I got in touch with them, why they were giving you a completely different response in terms of saying, no, we can't do anything to help you. And then all of a sudden they can come round much quicker than they said they would, and they're going to do it all for free.
Yes, absolutely, yeah. No, and to be honest with you, after being on the phone to yourselves, the police, the insurance company, I did get my insurance company to board up the window because I had no choice. And speaking to the contractors that did the boarding up and that, I didn't think, I didn't think to ask. Although he did say to me, did you take the name of the lady you spoke to from that company? And I said, no, unfortunately I didn't. I normally do, but I didn't. But I said she had a bit of an accent, and I told him what the accent was. And he said, right. He said, we will be having a word with the lady. I said, okay.
Right. Okay. Well, I mean, let's hope that lessons have been learnt then, because surely what should have been a far more reasonable response to you would have been to say, look, I'm terribly sorry, but we just have nobody who can come out to sort this for the time being. But you go ahead, get it boarded up. And I promise you will be one of our first priorities. And of course, as long as no damage is done to the windows during the process of the boarding up, then it won't affect your guarantee at all. So go ahead, make your property safe, and we will come out as soon as we possibly can to get it sorted. If they'd said that, I think that would have been entirely reasonable. So
absolutely.
They're due to what? Come today to actually fit the new panel, or are they coming today to measure?
No, I presume they're coming today to measure, or they probably already have the measurements because, as I say, this was only this time last year, only a year, that we had them fitted by the company. So he said, we're having them made up. So presumably they've got the measurements and they'll just make them up today. And then I'm hoping it will be later this week. But, that I don't know. He didn't say. But, at the moment, we're safe. We can go out because it's been boarded up.
Yeah.
He didn't say anything about, it's been boarded up then. No, he just said, it's going to be replaced and that. So
okay, well, so it looks as if we're on the path to it being fixed. Now, the one thing I did, and they said the same to me in their response. They came back and said, we would like to assure you we're going to get all of this sorted. We've ordered the new window units. They said this was on the 1st of February. So yesterday they told me that they'd ordered the unit. So hopefully they will be coming to fit that unit very shortly. But what, of course, I then wanted to clarify with them was, could they please confirm that none of this was going to affect your guarantee, which is what you'd been told previously? They have come back, and I have it in writing. Let me just read you. It's very short. It just says, yes, of course, we would like to confirm this will not affect the guarantee. Okay?
Oh, excellent. That's
right.
Really interesting, because that's not what the lady told me. She said, even if it's boarded up, and like you were saying last week to me, that it's very easy. I didn't realize until I watched the guy. They just pop out a little bit of the plastic frame, and then they pop in the wood, board it up, and it's fine. It's as good as new, albeit that obviously we can't see through the window because it's boarded. Yeah.
To have invalidated your guarantee would have been absolutely ridiculous. For example, if they'd come out and they had seen that all the plastic, the UPVC had all been damaged and snapped, then okay, that would have been fine for them to at that point say, well, I'm sorry, but this window is so damaged that the guarantee now is null and void. But they haven't even had a look at it, and actually the plastic frame of the window is not damaged at all. It was only the double glazing unit. Well, if they're going to replace the unit anyway, then surely it shouldn't affect any of this. Anyway, they've confirmed it doesn't affect your guarantee still stands. So what I'd like to do, listen to this. just a tiny bit of the horn. They'll get the rest as soon as you confirm you've got your new window in, but I'm very pleased things are looking up.
Smashing. Thank you so much, and thank you to your team. And I'll keep you posted.
Simon lives in a one-bedroom flat, and this flat is in a block of flats that's run and managed by a housing association. He says the trees on the estate in the communal grounds of this block of flats are so overgrown that it's having a huge effect on the light coming into everyone's property.
We've had some tenants who, after doing some complaining themselves, and have had no response from the housing association, took the matters into their own hands and actually climbed the trees and cut some branches off themselves so they could get some light into their houses. And that's why I contacted the housing association myself and spoke to them, and I told them the situation. Their attitude was that the tenants were vandalising the trees, and I had to put them right on that. We had a housing officer come out within a week, had a look, took some photographs. Now, this was in June. It's going to get done, he says, but we don't know when. So they committed to saying that there is a problem in the area. However, I have rung them 10 times since the beginning of June, and I've said to them, what's going on? When is it going to get done? Let me tell you something. I get more light in the winter than I do in the summer.
Because the leaves are off the trees.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, to be honest with you, Simon's tree complaint has become a bit of a roller coaster. In fact, I'm not sure that it isn't like a ghost train, to be honest with you, because when he came to the programme, we went off to have a word with the Housing Association. The Housing Association said, yeah, but we need to make you aware of the fact that many of these trees have preservation orders on them, therefore we've got to put in the application with the local authority. We went through all the process of doing that. Then they came back and said, yeah, fantastic news, the local authority have granted permission for pretty much all of the trees to have some work done to them, apart from one that is going to have very little work done to it. And you can guess which tree is outside Simon's. According to Simon, he reckons the tree outside his property is the tree that they're going to do very little to, and therefore it won't make any difference. Well, is that still the case, or have things changed since we last spoke? Simon's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Simon.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. Now, I know last time we spoke, you were telling me that you'd had a chat with the governor. Yeah. And it was the governor who'd said to you that the tree outside your property, they were only going to be doing one side of it, and it wasn't the side facing your property, so you were going to still have all these branches overhanging, and we were very concerned it wasn't going to make any difference. That's Tara, right. Is that still the case? And if it is the case, can the Housing Association go back to the council and say, look, come on, you're going to have to think again. The permission you've granted for this particular tree isn't going to make any difference to Simon.
This was a big problem, wasn't it, Simon? Because there were a number of trees that were being pollarded and all sorts going on in the grounds of where you live. Mm-hmm. And one of the issues with the provisions that were made and the agreements that were made when they looked at which trees could have which done to it was the fact that all of these trees, the local authority decided they weren't going to allow any of the trees to have any height reduced from the canopy, but they were going to allow the canopy to be raised to 5.2 metres. And it turns out that the issue with the tree outside your flat is that on one side of the tree, which is facing away from your flat, there was a branch that was below 5.2 metres, but the branches that were affecting the light into your flat, they were all above 5.2 metres. So raising the canopy, yes, they did the work, but it turns out that those particular branches that are blighting your light, really, they weren't going to be affected by it. So we only found that out on the programme in terms of, oh my goodness, they're only doing one side of the tree. Yeah. Yes, they were doing it to the permissions that had been granted, but unfortunately, in terms of the complaint that you'd made originally, those permissions weren't suitable to address the problem.
No, it doesn't solve it.
So although they'd said, yeah, the work was finished and everything, during the programme I got in touch with the Housing Association and they said, oh my goodness, well, are the people still there? And I said, yes, they are, but I think Simon's been told that the work on that tree has been completed. So the lady I spoke to was ringing round at the time to try and establish exactly what the circumstance was. Could they do that side of the tree? And then it turns out that the branches are above 5.2 metres. So it does mean that they're going to have to go back through the local authority for an appeal to be made. However, we do have some good news on this, don't we? Because I know that since all of this has happened, and especially just recently, the Housing Association has been very good, it appears, in keeping you up to date, Simon, with the next steps in what's going on. So I've not only spoken to them, but they've been in contact with you as well.
What have they said, Simon?
Well, basically, they turned round and said that there's no way of doing an appeal. They have to redo a permissions case, redo a new.
But only for that tree.
But, well, they said they're putting in for everything that wasn't done this time, because there were other things that weren't done.
Oh.
Now, as we know from the last time when these permissions were submitted, it took weeks. And in fact, it even took longer than the original deadline that the council had said, oh, yeah, it's all going to be sorted by then. It took longer than that. And we're going to say probably because they had fewer personnel going into the council and they needed an officer to go down and have a look at the trees and work out what was and wasn't suitable. So we've got an issue where we're probably looking around about 2.5, 3 months before, but there is some light at the end of the tunnel with this at the moment, isn't there, Simon?
Okay, yeah, they've told me that they are going to fast-track this situation, and hopefully we'll get an answer nearer to the time.
Yes, I mean there are a couple of things though that still worry me, and I don't wish to be Mr. Doom and Gloom over this, but there are two issues. Firstly, just because they are fast tracking it, just because they're going back to the council to say, can we please cut more of this tree back? It doesn't necessarily mean the council will agree to that. No. They may still say no, and these are our reasons for saying no. The other problem is, there is a certain time of the year when cutting trees back is a good idea. There is a certain time of the year when cutting trees back is not a good idea. And there is also a time of year when, for example, birds may be nesting in those trees when you wouldn't be allowed to do it anyway.
Yeah.
And that's the slight worry, isn't it? That if this takes some time, even if the council does say, oh, go on then, cut a few more branches off, and I very much hope they do say that, Simon.
Yeah.
But even if they do say that, it may well then not be the right time to start cutting branches off the tree.
No, but at least then we've got the permission.
Well, that's true.
Yes, that is definitely a bonus. And
that's what I'm looking for, is the permission.
Yeah.
Because depending on which birds we're talking about, the bird nesting season is actually between February and August, which is quite a long time.
Okay.
Right.
So that's darkness for the whole summer again?
Well, I mean, this is the downside to it, isn't it? Because trees are... We all know trees are beautiful and trees do so much good, and we need, in so many ways, we need more trees. And when you see this terrible footage of the Amazon rainforest being torn down, it's absolutely heartbreaking. But the problem is, if you live in a property where there's a massive tree outside your window, it can block out all of the light. It's quite important to people's quality of life to be able to have some light into their property. I mean, apart from anything else, you need it for your health, don't you?
Yeah. Can I also say that I was given an assurance last Tuesday by the Housing Association that the cuttings that the tenants took down last year would be taken away last Wednesday. They're still sitting there.
Why didn't the guys put it in their machine that, chips it all down?
I asked them to, and they said, well, we'll take what we can. But they're still sitting there.
Oh, how annoying.
Yes.
And I have seen a photograph of that, and there's quite a lot there.
Yeah.
Well,
looking very unsightly.
Yeah, but on those chipper machines, have you ever seen them work?
Brilliant.
They are amazing, although they also terrify me. I don't know what it is. I don't like watching it happen because I just think of, oh God, what happens if someone's arm gets caught and it'd be awful.
Yeah, they're too big to be a comfortable watch.
Oh, they are. But surely, I mean, they just shred up trees so quickly, don't they? Why could they not have just shoved all those bits in? I'm sure it would have mashed it all up instantly.
Yeah. I don't know. I asked them, but I mean, I don't like to keep on people's case, if you understand.
Right.
Are you sure?
Them, and if they choose not to do so, then fine.
Right.
Okay,
well, look, Simon, we will leave it there for today.
Yeah.
I presume the other trees all look quite smart now they've had their trim.
Yeah.
It's just
Is there
unfortunately not the
is there any
tree.
chance you could have a word with the housing association about getting the cuttings moved?
Yeah, I will get in touch with them and see if
Yeah.
they can do something about that. Because I do know that, having spoken to them at the end of last week, when all this became apparent, that the man who had instigated this request to have the leaves and the trees chopped down, basically, not entirely, but pollarded and all of that, because it was affecting the light for local residents. The one man who's been left unaffected by this is you, and they were very keen to try and redress the balance.
Poor
Obviously,
old Simon.
they are not responsible for the decision that the local authority makes, but hopefully they might be
No,
able to
I
do something about
understand that.
removing these branches.
The only other alternative, Simon, is that you begin wearing a loincloth, get a rope and start swinging through the jungly tendrils outside your property.
You should be so lucky, Jonathan.
If you do that, will you tell us beforehand? It will make a great video.
Oh, Simon. Right, listen, we will wait to hear from you. Any other updates on this, we'll of course be back in touch, and you do the same, Simon, and let's just hope that finally they grant permission for that tree to be sorted out very soon. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, Teresa purchased a new washing machine in September of last year. After about 6 weeks, she noticed that at the end of every wash there was still fabric conditioner left in the dispenser. So she got in touch with the retailer, who said, "Oh, nothing to do with us. You need to speak to the manufacturer."
On the 23rd of December, they sent an engineer, and he plugged in a diagnostic machine. He never done any other checks or anything. He looked at the only thing he did was pulled out the dispenser drawer. And he said, "Oh, your conditioner's too thick." Right. Well, I've been using the same conditioner for I don't know how many years. I said, "Oh, that's weird." And he said, "Yeah, it's too thick." He said, "How much do you put in?" And I showed him the capful that I put in. "Well, you're probably putting in too much and it's too thick." And I said, "Well, do I need to dilute it down?" And he said, "Well, that won't make any difference." I said, "But if you're telling me it's too thick, surely..." "Well, no, it won't make any difference, just use less." And I thought, well, if I use less, it's still thick. I carried on using half a capful.
Well, this all sounds very odd. I mean, I've never heard of this idea of a fabric conditioner being too thick. But even when Teresa watered it down, it still didn't go properly through into the wash. So Teresa feels as if there must be something wrong with the machine. Now, I know many of you contacted the programme when Teresa first appeared to say that the actual drawer where you put the fabric conditioner, there might be a blockage in there. So you phoned in with your advice on, pouring hot water on it, things like that, to loosen the blockage. We've tried all that. None of it has worked. So yesterday, someone from the retailer, because I went off to have a word with the retailer, someone was due to be coming out with a replacement drawer unit for the washing machine that they were hopeful would solve the problem. Well, Teresa's back on the JVS show. Let's find out how things went yesterday. Hello, Teresa.
Oh, hello, Jonathan.
Did he turn up yesterday? Did he have the drawer? And has it fixed the problem?
Right. So, yes, he did turn up, but it was the manufacturer engineer that came.
Okay.
And I believed he was replacing a unit, not just the drawer, but something else as well.
Right.
So he come in and I said, "Oh, what are you replacing?" And he said, "The drawer." And I said, "Well, I was under the impression that it was more than just the drawer, because I'd actually said to the retailer, but I said, why don't I just come and collect the drawer?" And he said, no, it's got to be fitted. It's not just the drawer. That was the retailer. He said it has to be fitted. Okay, because I thought I'd just save time. Anyway, he replaced the drawer and off he went. And it's doing the same. And it's even a slightly different drawer, which is maybe picking at straws, but the inside of the drawer is slightly different. And so the retailer has been phoning me, and I let them know that this had happened, and they are really not happy because the retailer said that they had negotiated with the manufacturer for the unit to be replaced, not the drawer. So he was really not happy, and he asked me he would go and talk to his boss and ring me back. That was this morning. So he did that, and it turns out, after a couple of phone calls, that the manufacturer have delivered the part to the retailer. And now the retailer are going to come out this afternoon and replace the drawer and the other part. It's just going on and on, isn't it?
Oh, God, it's like a farce. So the retailers now, have they told you what the unit is they're going to replace?
I don't know what it's called, but it's a box that where the machine takes the water in from the drawer, under there's a box that it must go through. They're going to replace that.
Okay.
But I don't want to say the name. The manufacturer just sent out a drawer, and that was it.
And have you've tried it with the new drawer?
Yes, I tried it with full strength conditioner, and I tried it with the diluted down to hardly anything conditioner, and it
still doesn't work.
It still leaves a bit behind.
Right.
Yeah, it's still. So again, we've got to wait until he's been this afternoon at about 1 to replace it, but then I've got to do another wash to check it out.
The saga continues then.
I'm afraid so. Right. I'm afraid so, yeah.
Well, I mean, the good news is at least the retailer in particular, seem to be taking this very seriously, and they clearly want to solve the problem, which is good.
Definitely.
So, I mean, I guess we should rejoice at that. It's just a bit of a problem that it's all becoming a pickle. But listen, let's not worry about it too much. Let's give them this opportunity this afternoon. Can I talk to you again, same kind of time tomorrow, and we'll find out how things have gone?
Yes, yeah,
Brilliant.
that's okay.
Lovely. Brenda came to me last week. She was saying that she and her husband applied for a reduction in their TV licence because of her husband's health. But she's been told she doesn't have the right certificate to meet the criteria.
My husband has glaucoma and loss of partial vision in one eye. So I wasn't sure if he qualified for the severely impaired sight concession for a TV licence. So I sent them a copy of the last hospital letter. On the 19th of October, I sent a cheque for £78.75. I didn't hear anything, and I wasn't sure if I could claim for this, but I'm not worried about getting a half-price TV licence. I mean, I'll pay the full amount if I need to. It's just that they said they would send me the cheque back for £78.75. Then I could set up a new licence. But they've never sent the cheque back.
Yes, well, what on earth is going on? I've been off to have a word with the TV licensing people on Brenda's behalf, and she's back on the JVS show. Hello, Brenda.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, Brenda. Right, so I heard back from them, and they've come back to us with this response. They say, a TV licensing spokesperson said, "We are sorry for the delay Brenda has experienced in receiving a refund and any inconvenience this has caused. We can confirm that the refund has now been issued and will be sent to the licence holder on Monday." Now, I believe that was Monday as in yesterday. I don't know if you've received anything yet, have you, Brenda?
No, not unless it's come today.
Well, if they only sent it yesterday, I guess it may come... have you had your post today?
No, it usually comes about 1 o'clock.
OK, well, maybe it will come today, or if not, it should come tomorrow. Now, they have just given also a little bit of background information as to who qualifies to get this reduction due to eyesight issues. They say those registered blind, which is considered to be someone who is severely sight impaired, are entitled to a 50% reduction on the licence fee. This concession needs to be applied for. The evidence we accept that shows the customer is registered blind, and they put it again, severely sight impaired, includes a CVI, Certificate of Visual Impairment, a BD8 certificate, I don't know what that is, a certificate or document issued by a local authority that shows you are registered blind, again, severely sight impaired, or a certificate from an ophthalmologist, an eye surgeon, stating that you are blind, in brackets, severely sight impaired.
Yeah.
Now, the only thing that I still have a question mark over, and I'm going to go back to them again just to clarify this, because I'm still intrigued to know, does this apply? And there may be somebody listening to the programme who's able to answer this question, because I would imagine some of my listeners are in receipt of a half-price TV licence because they are severely sight impaired. is it the case that only one person in the house needs to be severely sight impaired for you to qualify for a half-price licence? Or is it the case that if there is someone in the house, an adult in the house, who is not severely sight impaired, but someone else is, that means you then have to pay the full amount? I don't know the answer to that question.
Right.
I presume you don't know the answer to that question either. Because some of my listeners were commenting after you were on the programme last time saying, yeah, but hang on a minute, Brenda's got her eyesight. So why would Brenda, if Brenda's watching the TV, why would Brenda qualify for a half-price licence just because her husband is visually impaired?
Yeah, I see that.
You know, but I don't know the answer. If anybody does know the answer, if there's anybody listening to the programme who gets a half-price TV licence, do you have to be the only person in the household who is, quote, severely visually impaired or not? 08081 008800. I will certainly go back and ask the TV licensing people to just clarify that as well. But regarding the money that you have paid, that should now be coming back to you.
OK, thank you.
As soon as it does come back to you, you then need to apply for your full-price TV licence if you haven't already.
Yes. OK, yes, we'll do.
Now, in terms of going forward, and I know it's a bit difficult because obviously hospitals are very overwhelmed at the moment and are having to prioritise what they do and what they don't do, but if you, of course, obtain any of that evidence that they've talked about in terms of those certificates to use as evidence, then it may well be that you can go back to the TV licensing people and then retrospectively apply for a half-price licence.
Yes.
OK?
Yeah.
So a CVI, Certificate of Visual Impairment, a BD8 certificate, or a certificate of document stated by a local authority, or a certificate from an ophthalmologist. One of those items is what you require, OK?
Yeah, thank you very much.
OK, lovely. All right, leave it with me. I will go and seek that further bit of clarification. If you can please let me know as soon as the cheque arrives, and we'll take it from there, yeah?
Yes, I will.
Brilliant.
OK, thank you for
Brenda.
your help.
Louise came to me. She was telling me she bought her son a toy gauntlet for Christmas. Now, if you're unfamiliar with such a thing, I gather it's something that the child wears almost as a kind of glove. And the idea is it shoots out plastic discs as if you're some kind of superhero. Well, it should do.
He opened it obviously on Christmas Day, but the toy was faulty. It has a disc that goes into the arm sleeve, and when you push a button, the disc should come flying out across the room, and it doesn't. It just kind of dropped to the floor in front. On the 4th of January, after Christmas had settled down, I contacted the company. You fill in an online form initially. 2 days later, they emailed me and said that what I would need to do is return the item in store. Now, obviously, at that point, we were in lockdown and under a stay-at-home order. So I contacted them back and said that, would they be extending their returns policy? Because some other items I'd needed to return from after Christmas, I'd contacted those companies and they'd all said, what we'll do is we'll be doing our 28 days after stores reopen. But this company was saying it had to be returned in store and they wouldn't extend the time periods. It had to be returned by the 31st of January. Is that an essential journey?
Well, I mean, it was a bit ridiculous. If the store is only open for click and collect, surely that is for new purchases, not for returning items. And surely Louise did indeed have a valid argument when she said that returning this item is not necessary. It would be unnecessary travel. She can hang on to it until the store reopens, at which point she can return it and get her refund. So why were they not prepared to extend that ability until their shop is properly reopened? Well, we've been off to have a word with this company. Louise is back on the JVS show now. Hello, Louise.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Now, Tara is our resident toy gauntlet correspondent.
I have had one in the family cupboard.
Have you?
In the past, yes. It was much loved.
It sounds quite fun. I'd quite like to wear one all the time and fire a disc out when anyone gets on my nerves.
You couldn't be trusted.
No,
Yeah.
probably not. Probably not. Right, what's this company had to say?
Well, I got in touch with the company and got one of those lovely automated responses back from them, and they didn't get in touch with me within the time frame. So I thought, I wonder what they've done. Have they done what I thought they might have done? So I got in touch with Louise and said, have they been in touch with you? And she said yes.
Ah, what have they said, Louise?
Well, I had a very full email from them, fully accepting that the information they'd given me was incorrect, that they shouldn't have been asking me to return the item to a store, a full apology, and saying that they were happy to issue a refund for the item and also a gift card on top as way of saying sorry for all the inconvenience.
Oh, wow.
Exceptional.
And I presume they still want the faulty gauntlet back, do they?
No, they said, it's quite interesting in the email. They said their policy wasn't to ask people to return to store, and that small items such as mine, they would have just issued a refund straight away. So, I guess I have to say that the apology is often what you hope companies will come back for, an acknowledgement of what's happened and a frank apology, which they did. I guess my only frustration is that obviously I spoke to lots of customer advisors. It wasn't just one, and they'd all come back with the same information, which is that I had to go to store. So I'm just interested where that's come from. However, they're saying that no, that isn't their policy, and they don't want the item back. So,
oh, wow. Well, there we go.
Indeed.
Well, so what
what
are you going to do? Are you going to source one of these from elsewhere, or has your son given up on the idea of firing his discs at people?
No, as far as I'm concerned, they've stopped making them now in January, haven't they? Haven't they?
But there are no more toy gauntlets.
No,
oh, I see. That's what you. Oh, yes, they've stopped.
December. Yeah,
that's right. If your son's listening, they have stopped. That's right.
Thank you, Tara.
I see.
Oh, Jonathan, come on.
Sorry, I'm being a bit blind.
Get with the programme.
I'm being a bit slow on the uptake here. Yes, that's right. They've stopped making them.
Yeah,
yes.
we've missed that bus now. Yeah, so we'll look
right.
for something else. Yeah.
Yeah.
Instead.
Okay.
Do you know what, Louise? I know a parent who doesn't like frogs. Hates them to the point of passion. And I was speaking to their child, and there was a frog in the garden, and I went, let's go and have a look. And he said, no, don't go over there. And I said, why not? He said, because frogs are poisonous to adults. And I thought, she's tried to play a blinder there.
Brilliant.
Right.
So she never has to touch a frog.
Well, there we go. Well, listen, Louise, whatever you do decide to ask them to make your son next year, then... Good luck. We will thank this company very much indeed for getting it sorted out. Any other problems, you know where we are.
Thank you, and to Tara as well. Thank you very much. Great outcome.
All the very best. Talking to Brenda a few minutes ago, Brenda was saying that she and her husband applied for a reduction in their TV licence because her husband has got real problems with his eyesight at the moment. But because it's a fairly recent condition, they haven't got an official certificate of visual impairment. But they tried to apply for a half-price TV licence, but it would appear, because they haven't got the certificate, they're not eligible. But what it does do is raise an interesting question. If one person in the household is significantly visually impaired, which seems to be the way of describing someone who is blind, a severe visual impairment, does that mean that everyone in the household is therefore eligible for a half-price TV licence or not? I knew you'd help me with this. I knew you'd have some experience. Wendy in Bedford. Hello, Wendy.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hi, Wendy. Are you able to answer that question?
Yes, I was registered from the hospital years ago, and I just applied, for the half-price TV licence, and you have to send copies of your registration, and then as long as one person in the house is registered blind, then the household is entitled to a free, half-price TV licence. Just because my husband can see, it doesn't mean I don't want to see.
Right, but so one person in the household, if one person is officially visually impaired, it means that the whole household gets a half-price TV licence.
Yes, I think if the whole family lived here, and as long as one person is, as long as it's in my name, the TV licence.
Okay. So it has to be the licence has to be in the name of the person that's visually impaired.
Mine is, but I'm not sure whether it has to be. But mine is.
Okay. Well, it's interesting. I think I need to still seek some absolute clarification on this from TV licensing, but it certainly sounds then as if where Brenda's concerned, as soon as her husband has got the official certificate, she and her husband should be eligible for the half-price TV licence.
Yes, because yeah.
Okay, very useful. Thank you very much indeed, Brenda. Marion says, JVS, I'm not blind, but I used to work in the post office when they issued TV licences. As long as the registered blind person's name is on the licence, then it doesn't matter if there are other people in the household who are sighted. The half price will apply. But you need to make sure the TV licence is in Brenda's husband's name and not in hers, says Marion. Again, very useful information, I'm sure, for many people.
We have an issue with our water company. I reported an issue last Thursday, the 28th of January, due to noticing the shower wasn't draining properly. When my husband returned home from work, he checked all the drains and noticed that they were heavily blocked. I got straight onto the water company via the website and was told it'd be a 48-hour call-out. 48 hours came and went. I've been on the phone to them chasing up when someone's coming out. We're now on day 6, and as of yet, it has still not been resolved. We have no functioning toilet facilities or washing facilities, and it's not just us. It's affecting 5 other houses along the road, and it's causing quite a lot of distress now.
Right, so this is a blockage of the drains affecting all of you. It's not just the drains on your particular property.
No, there's between me and one of my neighbours, there is a small road track that runs across it, and because we share the drainage, it's the water company's responsibility to come out and resolve. It's happened plenty of times before, so when he said that the drains are blocked, I knew exactly what I needed to do. I needed to report it and get someone out.
I was going to say, how long have you lived there?
Just over 12 years now.
Okay, and over those 12 years, how many times have you had a problem with the drains blocking?
It normally happens once or twice a year.
Does it?
Yeah.
Oh, and how awful! I mean, how does that impact you? Can you flush the loo? Can you run water?
No, this has been the worst. Before, when I've had to report it, I couldn't fault them. They've been brilliant. They came out within 24 hours, jetted the drains, resolved the issue, and it was fine. This has been the worst that we've ever had to deal with. We have to kind of minimise the usage of using facilities, but we've gone from that to not being able. We've had nothing for about 4 or 5 days now. We've just had nothing.
But how are you going to the loo? I don't mean to be personal, but
well, literally, you go, you shut, you wipe, you put it in a bag, and you bin it. You close the lid. Carry a bag, bucket.
What? So you can't flush. You just have to leave it all there.
You just have to leave it all there, but then obviously once you start developing a bit of a smell, you do have to gently flush it just to try and get rid of something.
Oh my God!
But it's not going nowhere. It's just building up in the drains, and because we are in a bungalow and we sit at the lowest point, we are at the maximum limit of where it can go before then it starts spilling out.
I see. So your neighbours haven't got the problem quite as badly as you.
They have for the last few days. Their drains are at the limit, and then
so they can't flush their loos either.
No. And we've got 2 families along the road that have got small children, and one even has a disabled child. We keep getting promised that someone will come out. We have had a subcontractor engineer out who looked at it and said, no, it's on the main road. And I said, yes, that's what I've told them from the start. It's what the problem always is. That's why I made it clear that, that this isn't the first time it's happened.
And what actually causes the blockage?
It's the drainage on the main road. We have a main road in front of us, and it's the drainage there. And obviously, due to the amount of excess weather that we have been having,
I see,
it's affected it substantially more.
So when it rains very heavily, and when all the mains drains fill up with water from the rain, it then means that I presume the sewage system for yourselves just all blocks up, and there's no space for it to go.
No, there's not. Ideally, and this came back from when we very first kind of moved here and we had the issue, we wasn't aware that it was the water company's problem to resolve the issue. So we were rodding it ourselves, and it was just that it got to one point where it just would not go, that I rung the water company and they advised, no, since I think it was 2005 or something like that, it was their responsibility then to take over shared drainage. So they were to be called out now if it ever happened. But from a couple of engineers that have been out before previously, a few years back, the issue stems from the main road, but they're very reluctant to obviously shut that part of the road off, put traffic lights up, and to actually delve in to find out what the exact problem is.
Right. And why do you think they haven't been quick to spring into action this time round? Is it because ultimately they know that the drains are still full of rainwater?
The reason we're getting is they're treating everyone by a priority. When I first raised the issue, it was a 48-hour call-out. Now, from 2-3 days ago, they're now advising that anyone with blocked drains are on a 5-day waiting call-out now before anyone actually comes out to them.
Yeah, but surely there's a big difference between blocked drains and blocked drains to the extent that you've got human waste in toilets that you can't flush because you know that if you try and flush it, it's going to overflow.
Exactly, yeah. As soon as you flush, that rises to the top, and then you just stand there just waiting, just thinking it's going to come out. But they're prioritising internal flooding and flooding elsewhere before they come out to any blocked drains, which I did inform them that we are at the stage now where if it gets any more worse, it is literally going to be overflowing. And we actually have a drainage system underneath our kitchen. And if it gets to a point, that will then start coming up from under there.
Oh, God. Well, you don't want that. And have they offered you, a portable loo or anything to use until they can come out?
No, they don't provide them. I asked them to do that. They won't provide one. I did say to them that I have a friend that could possibly come out of a tanker and do it, and they advised, that'd be at your cost. It's been quite dire, to tell you the truth. My husband works in waste, so when he comes home at the end of the day, he needs to have a shower. I need to be able to wash his clothes. My daughter is a key worker in a school. She works with key children. We've got into such a routine since lockdown because she's worked through it herself that she comes in, strips off, clothes are washed, and she's in the shower because we are trying to make sure everyone stays safe.
Yeah.
My son, he can work from home, but during this, he's had to go into work because he's got better facilities here than what we have got here. My parents are doing my washing. We managed about 3 days max, and then because there's 4 grown adults here, my 2 have had to go to my parents, who are my dad's over in his 70s. So it's not ideal. We didn't want to have to go and see them. We haven't seen them through COVID. Only briefly if we've had to drop washing off or shopping off and things like that. But we've got to limit now where they have had to go, so I know that they're sorted, they're looked after, where me and my husband are just basic strip washing and going without the basics, really.
Right, well, this is just not acceptable. We need to try and get something sorted for you, don't we, Heidi? Can you hang on there? Tara, can I pass Heidi back to you? Yeah. And we need to get onto this water company immediately and just say, look, that this is not okay. You've got to get someone out there to sort this. It's ridiculous.
Sounds absolutely awful, Heidi.
It does.
Yeah, we were supposed to have someone out last night. There was supposed to be out of hours company supposed to be coming out to sort it last night. And I actually thought they had, because when I looked at our drain this morning, it had dropped a little. And I thought, oh, great, they've done it. But I noticed that it wasn't enough to realise that they had actually been out and done it properly. And I looked at my CCTV and realised they hadn't even attempted the main road out from us or the drainage on the track near us. So there is still a visible blockage somewhere along the line.
So they did come yesterday, but they didn't do the job as thoroughly as they need to.
One engineer came out at 4 o'clock and looked at it and said, yeah, this is what needs doing. And then a couple of guys will be out later on in the evening. And then, no, they didn't turn up. It's got rescheduled for some time today.
Okay. Right, well, it may well be that we will kind of cross paths, but I don't think it will do any harm to get onto this company now. Just let them know that we're looking at this, and hopefully they can get someone around there ASAP to come and get it cleared. Heidi, how awful. Hang on there. I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail. We're going to have a word, OK?
I am sort of interested in this. I know you said you've lived there about 12 years. Is it a relatively new development?
No.
Right, OK. Because I know that in our area we have had issues in the past where people have had new developments and they felt that the pipe supplies to their residential properties haven't been big enough.
Yes, and they're always worried, aren't they, about the main kind of existing sewers being overwhelmed when they start building new houses and having all these extra toilets flushing and showers going into them, and it's always a concern, isn't it? Listen, let's see what we can do for you, Heidi. I'll pass you back to Tara and we'll get some detail. Okay. Applied for a reduction in her TV licence because of her husband's health. But she's been told she doesn't have the right certificate to meet the criteria.
My husband had glaucoma and loss of partial vision in one eye. So I wasn't sure if he qualified for the severely impaired sight concession for a TV licence. So I sent them a copy of the last hospital letter. On the 19th of October, I sent a cheque for £78.75. I didn't hear anything, and I wasn't sure if I could claim for this, but I'm not worried about getting a half-price TV licence. I mean, I'll pay the full amount if I need to. It's just that they said they would send me the cheque back, the £78.75, then I could set up a new licence, but they've never sent the cheque back.
Well, I promised Brenda I'd go off and have a word with the TV licensing people. I have done that, and certainly when we spoke yesterday, things were potentially looking up. But there were still some questions to be answered. Brenda's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Brenda.
Morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. So you will recall from our conversation yesterday, the TV licensing people came back and said, we are sorry for the delay Brenda has experienced in receiving a refund and any inconvenience this has caused. We can confirm that the refund has been issued and will be sent to the licence holder on Monday. Well, that was Monday of this week. When I spoke to you yesterday, you hadn't yet received your post. You say it comes normally at about 1 o'clock. Did it arrive yesterday?
No.
Ah, OK. I know your post won't have arrived today, so...
No, not yet.
We don't know if it's going to come, but, well, hopefully it will be there today. I'm not going to go anywhere until it's sorted out and until you've got the money, so rest assured. And, of course, the other reason why it is a good idea for the TV licensing people to get you your refund ASAP is that you're waiting until you receive that refund before you pay the full price for the TV licence.
That's right.
Now, they went on to give a little bit more information as to how visual impairment can offer you a reduction in the amount of licence you pay. They came back and they said, those registered blind, in brackets, severely sight impaired, are entitled to a 50% reduction on the licence fee. This concession needs to be applied for. The evidence we accept that shows the customer is registered as blind includes a CVI, that's a Certificate of Visual Impairment, a BD8 certificate, don't know what that is, but it will mean something to some people, a certificate or document issued by a local authority that shows you are registered as blind, or a certificate from an ophthalmologist stating that you are blind. So it's one of those bits of evidence you need to obtain on behalf of your husband in order to then apply to have the 50% reduction on the TV licence. Now, obviously, that's not particularly easy, is it, at the moment, Brenda, because you were saying the NHS is under a lot of pressure and, it's difficult to necessarily get paperwork out of the National Health Service for your husband that will help support this claim. But you will do that as soon as you can.
Well, in the meantime, I had a letter from the hospital come yesterday with an appointment for him to see an ophthalmology consultant on the 15th of February. So I should be able to get that then.
Yeah, they say a certificate from an ophthalmologist. Yeah. I presume... I don't know whether there is an official certificate that ophthalmologists give out or whether that just means a kind of letter from a qualified ophthalmologist to say Mr. So-and-so is severely visually impaired. But either way, when you go along for that appointment, yes, indeed, ask if they can please give that to you. And then, of course, you can come back to the TV licensing people and say, any chance of that 50% reduction now? Now, the other question that came out of our conversation, and a lot of people were kind of commenting on this, they were saying, well, hang on a second, why would Brenda and her husband both get a 50% reduction?
Sorry.
It's all right. Do you want to get that? You better get that. It might be someone very important. It might be the Chinese ambassador.
No, it's my daughter.
Oh, okay. Well, in that case, we'll carry on. So, people were saying, why would Brenda and her husband get the TV licence half price if Brenda's husband was blind? Because surely Brenda can still see the TV. So I wanted to go back to the TV licensing people and just ascertain, is it the case that if one person in the household is blind, and the definition of blind seems to be a severe sight impairment, if that person, your daughter really wants to speak to you, doesn't she, Brenda?
Does. It's all right.
I'll let you go in a minute, I promise. But if the, one person has a visual impairment, a severe visual impairment, does that mean that everyone in the household benefits from a 50% reduction? Well, I went back to TV licensing and they came back with a further response. If a customer is blind and can provide the appropriate evidence, they are eligible to apply for a 50% concession. The licence will also cover anyone who lives with them. Right. So, indeed, is the licence in your name or your husband's name?
No, it's in my husband's name.
Good. Well, in that case, as soon as you get that certificate, even though you have your vision, it still means that you are entitled to the 50% reduction on the TV licence.
Oh, right.
Okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
So it's definitely worth pushing that when you go for that meeting, all right?
Yes, I will.
I'm obviously going to stay across this until you get your refund. Fingers crossed that will be later on today, and we'll speak tomorrow, and you'll be absolutely delighted. If you haven't received the refund by the end of the week, I, of course, will go back to them and chase them again. Now, Naomi's car was utterly destroyed following the floods over Christmas when the River Great Ouse burst its banks on Christmas Eve.
Our underfloor car park with our housing association was fully submerged under 12 foot of water within the space of 2 hours. No one from the housing association contacted us. As a result of this, 18 cars have been lost, fully submerged in river water. Wow. They were like riptide, Jonathan. Honestly, it was a swirling. It was unbelievable. Our cars are still in submersion, still in 2 foot of water. We cannot claim on our insurance as we cannot access our vehicles. And the housing association are just so complacent and have not kept up any communication where our vehicles will be retrieved. The neglect from the housing association. I work in construction, Jonathan. I know how things work. This incompetence and the lack of communication is just appalling. The tenants here, the morale is so low. They've just lost the will. They don't know where to turn. They're in this space where they don't know where to go to.
Well, I went off to have a word with the housing association on Naomi's behalf. It would be fair to say they don't agree with her description of how they've handled this. Naomi's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Naomi.
Good morning, Jonathan.
So you'll recall their first response was to say the flooding at the car park has been assessed daily since Christmas Eve. It's standard practice in these situations to allow water levels to drop naturally so that mechanical pumping can be effective. This can take a number of days, as it did in this instance. The remaining water is now at a level which has enabled pumping work to begin on the 12th of January. The water is being pumped into the sewage system, and it will take a few days to complete, along with the necessary clean-up work. Well, when I spoke to you after that response, you said that as far as you were concerned, pumping hadn't begun. You hadn't seen it at that point. Mm-hmm. So I went back to them again and they said pumping of the water at this block has been ongoing since Wednesday the 13th of January. We follow Anglian Water's instructions on when and how much water we can pump so not to overwhelm the sewage system. Clean-up work started on the 18th of January, which has slightly added to the water level, but this is necessary to deal with the silt and debris left by the retreating water. We have been keeping our customers informed of the situation, and we will continue to keep them updated on the ongoing clean-up works. Now, you at that point, shortly after that, were able to get your car out.
Yes, that is correct.
However, you were saying that some other people had not been able to get their cars out still, and you really were still very unhappy with the Guinness Partnership, the housing association in question, because you felt as if they have a duty of care to you and the other tenants living there to give you a heads up in the event of a flooding potential. you feel that they should have given you a heads up so that you could have all moved your cars out. And you really would like some kind of assurance going forward that that will happen in the future. Now, you'll recall a lot of my listeners were saying, well, you know, maybe some of your expectations were a little bit over the top. And actually you as a resident, you have a duty to yourself to monitor the weather forecast and to monitor any alerts that may be up and coming regarding potential flooding. It's unfair just to put all of the responsibility on the shoulders of the housing association. But there was another issue really that I did want to raise with them, which was this building is owned by the housing association, by the Guinness Partnership. Now, I don't know whether they built it or whether they bought it. But one thing is for sure, they own a property that has underground parking in an area that it would appear is prone to flooding. Was it a very sensible idea to be putting people in a property with underground parking in an area that is susceptible to flooding? Because surely whenever it floods, there is the chance that this underground car park is going to fill with water and anyone's car in there will be destroyed. Well, they've come back with a long response, and I'm going to go through this with you. They have said there is an Environment Agency system in place to monitor water levels and provide notification to local residents and other local agencies, such as Guinness, when rising river levels indicate flooding may occur. As has been reported in the local press, whilst this is usually a reliable service, on this occasion the Environment Agency's floodline service did not action as it should have done, and an early flood warning was not issued. We understand a red flood warning was not issued until after 11 p.m, by which time the floodwater was already entering the car park at this block. This would explain why the resident featured on your recent broadcast stated that she had not received a flood warning notification. Both we and the local town council are also dependent on notifications from the Environment Agency, and in the absence of a notification on this occasion, neither of us had any more information than the resident. We are looking into whether there are additional alerts that could be introduced. We will be encouraging our residents again to sign up to the Environment Agency Floodline Service, as this is the quickest and most accurate and normally most reliable source of information about flood risk, albeit in this instance it obviously didn't work as intended. We also welcome the regular and comprehensive communications the Town Council shares with all residents about flood risk and their community flood plan. When the landowner's planning application for the development of this block was considered back in 2007, a flood risk assessment was carried out. The Environment Agency responded to the planning application, noting that the site was within a high flood risk area and confirmed the need for flood mitigation measures. These include a pond area located between the river and the car park to hold excess water and avoid overflow to the car park, the management and retention of a flood wall, and 2 built-in pumps under the car park area. These pumps were upgraded some years ago to larger pumps capable of handling larger quantities of water. Guinness took on the site, assured that the risk assessments were appropriate and adequate. Clearly, the flood mitigation measures in place were not sufficient for this recent exceptional flooding event, which we understand saw the river reach an historic high. We recognise and are sorry for the significant impact this extreme flood has had on the residents. Now, they have just gone on because they wanted to also clarify that they're a little concerned that you mention on the programme frequently that they're not communicating with you.
Yeah.
They say Naomi received communication and or was in contact with us on the 30th of December, the 31st of December, the 5th of January, the 13th of January, the 18th of January and the 19th of January. On at least 3 of these dates, the communication was by way of face-to-face conversations on site with her customer liaison officer. A number of colleagues were on site throughout, and a number of residents were spoken to by various staff members each day. So Naomi may also have spoken to other Guinness staff members at other times. We will continue to speak to her about the support she needs from us. It is important to clarify, following the recent broadcast where Naomi stated that people had items in vehicles that were needed. On the 7th of January, despite the high water levels in the car park, Guinness staff retrieved a number of items from vehicles for residents, including tools that someone needed for work purposes. So they were very keen just to point out that as far as they're concerned, it's not a case of them just ignoring you and the other tenants. They have tried to do their bit. What's your response to that, Naomi?
My response is, when I was ringing them, I go to the customer services team where they don't really know what's going on, and it's just by chance that the liaison officer's on site for me to see her. Otherwise, there's no other form of communication. She's contacted me once via the phone, and that's all I've had. And then I've been bumping into her. I've been deliberately trying to seek them out, but it is. I feel like I have been avoided. And like they said, so it happened on Christmas Eve, and then on the 7th was the time I spoke to them. So that from Christmas Eve to the 7th of January isn't acceptable when your vehicle is underwater and you can't claim on your insurance, and I need to get back to work.
The car is now out.
The car is now out. I do have a new vehicle.
Great.
But I'm also at a loss due to this, and I had to help the haulage company push my vehicle out. There was no Guinness representative or anyone to help me with my vehicle. So I had to go into the underfloor car park and help push the vehicle out of the car with the haulage man. Right.
But I mean, it is your car.
It is my car, but there wasn't any lighting or anything, Jonathan. I've got photos, like I said, they're telling you one thing, and if you could see it for yourself, you would see. The works have actually been pended, have stopped.
I haven't seen the photos you said you were going to send me.
I've sent them to you, Jonathan. I haven't. Send them to you. I will resend them.
Okay, if you could, because I have gone through and I couldn't find any of the photos. And obviously, Guinness Partnership have sent me photos of what they say is an illuminated car park, and I can't understand why, because there's only one car park, isn't there?
Yes, yeah. No, when I reclaimed my vehicle last Tuesday, it was dark.
Well, look, what we now need to do is...
There's also been another incident, Jonathan, on Canterford Court that it just escalated. So,
right.
Yeah.
Is there? Are you about to? Well, I don't want you telling me a story where any allegations are going to be made that I have not had an opportunity to put to the Guinness Partnership.
No, this is an allegation. This Justin Dealey and Andy Collins came down to the location of where the flats are yesterday. That's all in connection with this.
I understand my colleagues on the Breakfast Show have indeed been down to have a look. Regarding moving this forward, what we need to do is we need to make sure that, firstly, you and all of the other residents there have access to and have signed up to all of the flood alerts that would come through. So that you all as individuals will get the heads up if this is likely to happen. As we've heard from the Guinness Partnership, obviously the information that they were provided that would normally be accurate on that day didn't come through until late at night. Maybe, I don't know whether it was more extreme at the end, whether the rainfall was more extreme than was predicted, I'm not sure. But what we need to do is make sure that the communication is constructive and good going forward. And it seems to me that there's a level of, it's very clear to me from our conversations, you seem very hostile towards them.
Yes, I feel I've never felt more like a second-class citizen than they have.
Okay.
They've made me feel awful, honestly. I'm still paying my service charge. I've got no use of my lift. I've got no parking space. I came home the other day and they've taken all the gypsum off the wall and there's plaster everywhere. It's just a nightmare. I dread to go home. If you could see the conditions of where we're living, you'd be really, really upset too, Jonathan.
But what we need to do, because it's very clear that you have a different view on how the Guinness Partnership have communicated with you to the view that they have. What we need to try and facilitate, it's very important that you and the Guinness Partnership have a decent relationship going forward. Mm-hmm. You are their tenant. They ultimately are your landlords. They have a duty of care to you, and we need to make sure that the communication is reasonable. Now, some of my listeners felt that your expectations were too high.
Well, so the way I look at it is legally you have to have a fire assembly point in the case of a fire. When you build adjacent to a river, surely you should have an emergency procedure if flooding does occur, like a fire assembly point or some assembly point, or just something in place to protect the residents, because it just happened so quickly and it was so frightening. Nobody knew what was going on.
What I think is a good idea, and I, as someone who has lived in a block of flats myself in the past, I completely understand that when you live in a block of flats, you are all residents who have the same interest. Particularly if you're sharing an underground car park. So I would imagine all of the residents there are keen to make sure that this kind of problem and the potential of this happening again is really mitigated, yeah? Mm-hmm. Now, it's a little more difficult at the moment because obviously the ability to all get together and have a residents' meeting or something along those lines is impossible, really, because you can't all be together. But I think as soon as it is possible for you and all of the other residents to have a meeting with the liaison officer from the Guinness Partnership to have a conversation, to get off your chest some of the things that you feel they could do better in the future, and hopefully what's really important is that meeting doesn't descend into a kind of, an angry mob, because that won't help anyone. What you want to try and do is to get a better relationship going forward so that you've got faith that should this potential problem occur again, you're going to get a nice heads up nice and quickly about it so that you and the other residents can get your cars out. That also you're going to do your bit in terms of monitoring the weather to make sure this doesn't happen again. But I think it's very important to try and get this relationship back on track, because you're not going to change who your landlords are and they're not going to change who their tenants are. And it's really important that the two of you work better in the future to make sure that this doesn't happen again.
I do agree with this. I do agree with all of that. But I have been working with them for the duration of what I've been living there, and nothing seems to be implemented.
Okay, but I haven't been overseeing it until recently, and what I would like to do is very much stay in contact with you and to make sure that going forward the relationship improves, and that the relationship becomes more constructive, and that you are partners as tenants, residents and landlord, rather than how it feels when I have the conversation with you that you really are, that you're not at all happy with them, and it's very obvious that you're quite hostile towards them. And I don't think, although I completely understand if you feel frustrated, it's quite difficult to stifle that frustration.
Jonathan, I just feel run down by it all. I just feel so run down, and I just feel like it's so unfair and unjust of how things have happened and how we've been treated, and it's just not fair. You wouldn't expect this of your enemy, let alone your tenant. It's a two-way street, and I feel it's only been one way.
Yeah, but to be fair to the Guinness Partnership, they're not the ones that created the terrible rainfall that then caused the problem. And I completely get that to have your car destroyed in this way, and you being helpless to do anything about it, must feel absolutely horrible. I get that. And I'm sure that that's where a lot of this kind of, annoyance at the situation you now find yourself in comes from.
Yeah, well, I feel like they are just slightly too slow off the mark. I'm saying things to them, and then they just miss it, and then it's another problem, and then another problem. It's just escalated. All I want to do is go home and relax. I can't do that. That's all I ask for. It's just crazy.
Okay. Well, what we need to do, and what I would like to try and enable, is a better relationship between you and them.
Yeah.
And I think how we can begin that is by, how do you get on with the liaison officer?
Yeah, she's approachable.
Okay,
but
fine.
She says yes, and then that's it. I never hear anything. I never hear anything back on where we're going forward and how we're going to resolve this. It's just okay.
Okay.
Next.
And you've got her mobile number?
I do, yes.
Okay, and if you call her up to say, that conversation we had about such and such last week, what's going on with it?
Well, I've never done that. It's always been via email, and it's been a couple of days for it to come back. But no, yeah.
Well, I think it would be a good idea if you and her can develop a relationship where, if you have concerns.
But I understand that, but I work in health and safety. The last thing I want to come back to is do more work in health and safety for my landlord. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do understand what you mean, but
they asked for my expertise and things. I just feel. I just don't feel they're pulling the socks up at all.
But what is the alternative to trying to get a better relationship and a constructive relationship between landlord and tenant? What is the alternative then if it's not that?
No, you're right. It needs to be constructive so we can move forward.
It does really. I mean, the simple fact is you are a resident in this block. Mm-hmm. You have a vested interest in the block being run properly, and in things working properly, and in the car park not flooding again and destroying all your cars. So you know whether you like it or not, and whether it's tiring to have to be involved in that level of communication with the landlord, you are in that situation, and. In the same way that when I get home and I look at my roof and a tile slipped off my roof, I've got to, as a homeowner, then go through the hassle of getting someone in to come out and to repair it and to sort it out. It's part of what comes with your property ownership or in your case, being a tenant.
I do appreciate it, but from the moment I've moved in, it's been continuous. But I'm just exhausted now. It's like, I understand maintenance of your home and things like that, but when you're coming home and there's another problem, and you're coming out and there's another problem, it just wears you down.
What do you want?
I want to live in a safe environment. I want to come home from work in the communal areas, walk my daughter through without any plaster, without any muck, without just a nice area to come home to walk through, to park my vehicle and to live in, like I expected from my tenancy. I wanted my home, I wanted a place to park, I want to go to work, I want to come home, I want to be safe. I don't want to be constantly on edge thinking, this is going to blow up, this is going to be flooded, this is going to be doing this, or they haven't noted that, or they haven't noted this. That's what it's like.
Well, okay. Then they're not here to be able to respond to all of those various things that you've raised. And I'm sure, based on their previous correspondence with me, they would suggest that your perception of their lack of communication and lack of resolving matters, they would, I'm sure, argue that they don't feel that's fair, because they have argued that throughout all of this. But I think what you do need to do, look, you've got two choices.
Yeah.
You either try and improve the relationship and the communication between you and them and make this a better situation, or frankly, you give up your tenancy and you go out and you rent somewhere privately. In which case you are then entirely in control of your destiny, aren't you?
Yes, I agree.
So you have to make that decision as to what, I can't magic a wand with my magic wand. I can't magic this situation better without the communication getting better between the two of you. So I'm happy to oversee that, and I'm happy to try and guide that relationship to get better, but I can't magic you into a completely different property that you have complete say over.
I'm not asking that. I'm asking for a secure property, a property where I feel the tenants feel safe. It doesn't.
But why don't you feel safe?
Because there's building works going on since we've been living there. There's always an issue. There's always something wrong. We're having to do something else. It's always been inconveniencing the tenants.
What do you mean by building works?
Since the flats were built, they had continuous building work. It just
like what? Give me an example.
Okay, so there was flooding examples. They've had to remove all the gyp rock off the wall. They've had to replaster it, redecorate it. They've just put all carpets down. We've had several flooding incidences. We've had carbon monoxide leaks. We've had alarms going off. We've had fire services coming because of the lift shafts. It's been endless, Jonathan. I could write all this up for you.
Yeah, but I mean, part of it is, having lived in a block of flats, you're living in a property with lots of different people all living together. Blocks of flats develop maintenance issues, and it is a case, I know, because I used to be the chairman of the Residents Association in my last block. It was one thing after another dealing with, so-and-so's roof is leaking, the guttering has fallen off this bit of the building, this particular bit of the common parts needs redecorating because there's a crack in the wall. There's always something. It's part of living in a property.
I do all of that, and it just gets left.
But it's clearly not, because you just said that there's always building work going on, so they clearly are doing things.
I just wish I could show you, honestly, John. I'd like to start a clear communication with Guinness.
Okay, well let's conclude this in a positive way. I'm gonna go back to them. I'm going to say that you feel as if you would like the relationship to be better and more constructive going forward. Let's see if we can try and make that happen. And I will stay across this. Regarding the car park, they seem to have now pumped the water out. They seem to be on the problem, and they recognise that unfortunately they weren't able to give you and all of the other residents the heads up that they would have liked to. Let's just see if we can get that communication better and take it from there, yeah?
Yes, that's great. Thank you, Jonathan.
Right. Okay, thank you very much indeed. And just remember, Naomi, it's, this ultimately is bricks and mortar. It's, don't let it get to you to this kind of degree. Purchased a new washing machine in September. That's September of last year. After about 6 weeks, she noticed that at the end of every wash, there was still fabric softener left in the dispenser. So she called the retailer that she bought it from. But they said, no, you need to go and speak to the manufacturer.
On the 23rd of December, they sent an engineer, and he plugged in a diagnostic machine. He never done any other checks or anything. He looked at the only thing he did was pulled out the dispenser drawer. And he said, oh, your conditioner's too thick. Right. Well, I've been using the same conditioner for I don't know how many years. I said, oh, that's weird. And he said, yeah, it's too thick. He said, how much do you put in? I showed him the capful that I put in. Well, you're probably putting in too much and it's too thick. And I said, well, do I need to dilute it down? And he said, well, that won't make any difference. I said, but if you're telling me it's too thick, surely... Well, no, it won't make any difference, just use less. And I thought, well, if I use less, it's still thick. I carried on using half a capful.
Well, Teresa's just getting very frustrated that this problem has remained. And nobody seems to want to take any responsibility for it. She was just being told, no, it's down to your fabric softener, it's too thick. But she knows it's not that because she's tried diluting it down so it's not thick, and still the fabric softener does not fully go down into the wash, so it must be something else. Well, you will know if you've been following this story for some time that Teresa tried all of your suggestions. Some of you were saying, oh, there's obviously a blockage, she needs to pour some boiling water into the drawer, that will free it. She tried all that, didn't work. I went and had a word with the retailer. The retailer promised they would get things sorted out, and to be fair, things have gone on since we last spoke. Let's find out what the latest is. Teresa, good afternoon to you.
Oh, hello, Jonathan.
So you had a visit, I think it was the day before yesterday, I get a bit confused, but this visit was from the manufacturer who came out with a new drawer for the washing machine. But you had been led to believe that they were going to be replacing a more substantial part of the washing machine, not just the drawer, but the guy from the manufacturer only came with a new drawer. Well, he replaced the drawer, made no difference. So you said that when you got back to the retailer and told them about this, they were quite annoyed because they'd been told by the manufacturer was going to come and replace a far more substantial part of it. They were due to come yesterday afternoon after our conversation. What happened? Did they turn up? And what did they replace? And has it worked?
They did turn up, Jonathan, the retailer's engineer. Took all the top of the washing machine off, put a whole new unit in it. And touch wood, it seems to be okay.
Oh, really?
So, yeah.
So it must have been the unit.
Yeah, I mean, you look at it and you wonder how it can go wrong because it's just plastic and moulded.
Yeah.
There's nothing mechanical in there, but it seems to be okay. And I've done a wash with normal strength conditioner and diluted down conditioner, and it's okay.
So it's managing to flush all of the conditioner, regardless of how thick it is, into the wash.
Yeah, you can see a little bit of liquid in there, but it's water. Because I
think that's fairly normal. I think that's fairly normal because I often have a bit of water left over in the fabric softener bit of mine as well. But it is only water. It's flushed through whatever softener you put in there.
Yeah, there's no colour left in it or anything like that. So, yeah, I'm happy.
We're happy that it's all been solved at long last.
Yes, you can get rid of me now.
Well, it's not a case of getting rid of you. I mean, it's been a delight to try and assist you. We will thank the retailer very much indeed for resolving this matter. Shall I give them the horn?
Oh, without a doubt, yes, definitely.
All right. Well, to that retailer, you know who you are. Big thank you to you. Lucy purchased quite an expensive laptop back in 2018. Just as the warranty ran out, things started to go wrong with it.
They took it into their workshop. I then received a quote for £99.60 to repair the charging port. I was quite happy to go ahead with that because these things happen. It wasn't a hugely expensive repair. But then 4 days later, I received an updated quote for £421.37. So they then changed the parts that needed replacing to the logic board, which I believe is like the brain of the computer. So I spoke to one of the advisors there who told me that this was due to corrosion from the laptop being in a steamy bathroom, which I said absolutely hasn't happened. A manager then contacted me and it changed again. So now there was no corrosion to the main board. It wasn't the main board, it was actually the display.
Well, the company in question admitted to giving Lucy the wrong information and that it was, in fact, the screen that needed to be replaced. But the screen was only 2 years old. And I certainly did not feel it was right that Lucy should have to pay for a repair to a screen that's broken through no fault of her own. This screen should have lasted for a reasonable amount of time when you purchase any product, whether it's a laptop or anything else. It must last for a reasonable amount of time. The law gives you protection to expect that. And if the product, through no fault of yours, stops working in a short space of time that is not deemed reasonable, the retailer has a duty of care to get it resolved for you. And that's exactly what I went to explain to this particular company on Lucy's behalf. They are Apple. Let's find out what the latest is. Lucy's back on the JVS show. Hello, Lucy.
Hello.
I was really, really annoyed and frustrated at the response from Apple. Let me just explain. To start with, they didn't respond. And I kept chasing them up and saying, what's going on? Where's the response? Nothing. Then finally, I get a response that, to be honest with you, is just appalling. From a big company like Apple, absolutely appalling. I'll read it to you now. It came in on the 8th of January. Hello, Jonathan. Thank you for reaching out. On background, we have nothing to contribute to the story at the moment. Should that change, I'll let you know. I mean, it's just not acceptable. I went to them with a very clear outline of the complaint I was investigating on your behalf and asking them for a response. For them to say it's not something we're going to comment on was unacceptable. And in fact, when I spoke to you after that email had been received, you hadn't heard anything either. So it wasn't even a case of them getting straight in touch with you to resolve the matter. So I named Apple on the programme, and I made it very clear that I was very annoyed at the appalling lack of response from them. Now, what tends to happen, Lucy, I don't expect you to know about this or for anybody else listening, but when a company is named on the programme, they will then be notified. There are all kinds of people that will be listening to this programme as we speak called media monitors. And media monitors, they monitor programmes such as mine, and they get straight onto a company that has been identified. They make them aware of the fact that they have been identified, and very often they then sell them a recording of the broadcast. So it would appear that Apple were notified very, very quickly that they had been identified, and they were not coming out of this looking very well. Because the next thing you know, you got a phone call from them and they couldn't do enough to help you. What's the latest, Lucy?
Excuse me. Since my last correspondence with them, when they had offered me a replacement laptop with a contribution for myself, I've had another email saying that they had organised, because the store's closed and I couldn't obviously go in and do that, they'd organised a replacement laptop free of charge. So I'm waiting on that. I should receive that within the next week or so.
Well, that is fantastic. And if Apple had come back to me initially to say, thanks for bringing this complaint to our attention, leave it to us, we'll resolve the matter with our customer, that's all they needed to do. And it was just unacceptable the way they initially did not respond. And I very much hope, Apple, this will not happen again. If I get other complaints about you from your customers and you try and respond to me in the same way that you responded last time, I'm afraid history is going to repeat itself all over again, because I do not go away when I receive emails such as the email I received from your representative on the 8th of January. So I very much hope lessons have been learned. Lucy, any idea then when you're likely to get the new laptop?
It's within the next week. I think it was between the 2nd and the 9th.
Right.
So
Okay.
I'm expecting it imminently.
Well, to be fair to them, they are resolving it with you, and that is the main thing. That's all I wanted. So Tracy ordered a self-adhesive whiteboard to make her life more organised. Listen to this. She was going to stick it on the front of her freezer and then write on it what was inside the freezer, so she always knew what was inside and what needed to be eaten.
I got an email to say that my parcel had arrived at the local collection hub. So I sent my 15-year-old son, and he came back home empty-handed, saying the shopkeeper had told him that they don't take parcels in for anyone. They're not a collection hub for anybody. I then went down to the local shop myself in the afternoon, just on the off chance that my son had got the wrong end of the stick and my parcel was there. And I showed the shopkeeper on my phone where it says that he's a collection point for this online retailer. And I said, I can't be the only person that's ever come in asking to collect a parcel, can I? And he said, oh, no, I get people in every single day. He said, I've sent over 50 emails to this online retailer saying I'm not a collection point.
Well, where is Tracy's whiteboard? And why on earth was this shop apparently a collection point when the shop had no knowledge of ever having been a collection point? It was a very, very odd case. Tracy's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Tracy.
Good afternoon, Jonathan.
Good afternoon to you. Now, the company concerned is Amazon, and I know when we spoke to Amazon, Tara, they were suggesting that this shop had been a collection point in the past, but they recognised it now no longer was. But this is in itself weird, because Tracy, you say that the family that run this shop, you know them very well, you trust them, and they say that they've never been a collection point for Amazon. So it's very strange. Have Amazon been able to shed any light on why this shop was ever listed as a collection point, Tara?
Well, I did raise that query with them and got in touch with them after the last time that we spoke to Tracy.
Yeah.
And they got back to me yesterday. What day are we today? We're Wednesday, aren't we? They got back to me on Monday, and just to say that they sent a note to the customer last week that Tracy may have missed in terms of the issue with what was going to happen with the whiteboard replacement, and that they spoke to her on Monday morning to clarify things, and she said she was going to be in touch with us today, which she was, but there was no mention, no reference to anything I'd asked them about what had happened with whether or not this
So we
this
still don't have an
shopkeeper
answer?
had been, no answer to that at all.
How weird.
But I tell you what we do have.
What?
Well, Tracy can tell you.
What have you got, Tracy?
I've got a whiteboard.
Oh!
I've got lots, actually, but I've got a whiteboard, which is on my freezer, that I've started filling out. I did send send a photo into Tara.
Yes, we've seen
completely filled out.
We've seen the photo. This shows that you are extremely well organised.
I love the photo.
Yes. When did that arrive?
That arrived yesterday.
And it was completely free of charge, wasn't it, as a goodwill gesture?
It was. So they are issuing me a refund, which is being processed, but I haven't had it in my bank account yet, but I have had the documentation for that. So they're issuing a refund. They sent the whiteboard out anyway, completely free of charge, and they also put a £30 credit on my Amazon account, which is on there. So they've given me £30 as a goodwill gesture as well.
This is all good, and I'm absolutely delighted. And obviously, we want to thank Amazon for having resolved it in this way. But call me a pedant. It's still really annoying me that they haven't explained how that shop was listed as a collection point when that shop has never been a collection point.
Well, I've got a little bit more information on that. Not a lot, but when the guy from Amazon called me on Monday, and I did apologise to him because I had missed an email that they sent last Tuesday explaining about the compensation and everything else. So I did miss an email from them. However, in the email it said along the same lines as what Tara said on the phone on Monday, which was that they could confirm that the selected hub was active when I placed the order, but shortly after I placed the order it became inactive, and this resulted in major confusion. And I said to him, I'm sorry, but that is absolutely not true, and I'm not actually going... Now we've come this far and I've come to a consumer show, I'm not going to accept that as an explanation because it's just not correct. And the gentleman I spoke to on the phone did say to me, when he sent that email last Tuesday, he did believe that to be the case, and what he'd written he believed to be true. However, since then, they have acknowledged and do recognise that the shop has never been a collection point, and this is now part of a wider investigation that they're not obviously able to tell me about, but he thanked me for bringing that to their attention and said it is currently being investigated, but I wasn't privy to the information.
Right. Okay, so they just miraculously came up with a shop that you could go and collect items from, and that shop had never actually agreed to be a collection point.
Yeah, I mean, I said to him, this is a much bigger picture. You've either got somebody, a delivery driver that's made quite a nice income from these.
Well, I don't. Let's not start speculating on anything like that. I think it's just odd that they have not clarified that point with us, and it's odd that they haven't chosen to respond to why this shop was ever listed as a collection point. Let's hope that whatever may have been behind that confusion, let's hope that they've resolved it. It certainly seems that they've resolved it going forward. Shall I give Amazon the horn and thank them very much indeed, Tracy?
Yes, they've resolved it for me, thank you.
And what's for dinner tonight out of the freezer?
Oh, chicken, I think.
After all that chicken.
Tracy, I love the fact that on your list, on your new whiteboard, you've got two things that are slightly suspect. One's called dodgy dough balls, and the other one, you've got 3 mystery meals in there.
Yes, I have. Mystery meals. They're meals that I've cooked and frozen, but they're so frozen you can't really identify them. So when you unfreeze them, they're in the casserole or fajitas
Yeah, the trouble with that, and I've done the same, and you kind of open the lid and you think, what the hell's that? The only problem is you're not quite sure what to cook. Now, Heidi came to me yesterday. She was telling me that on January the 28th, she noticed that her shower wasn't draining properly. When her husband came home, he checked the water level in the drains outside, and it was very, very high. Something that has happened before during the 12 years they've lived there, but never quite this badly. So Heidi contacted the water company straight away.
We have no functioning toilet facilities or washing facilities, and it's not just us, it's affecting 5 other houses along the road, and it's causing quite a lot of distress now. It normally happens once or twice a year. Before, when I've had to report it, I couldn't fault them. They've been brilliant. They came out within 24 hours, jetted the drains, resolved the issue, and it was fine. This has been the worst that we've ever had to deal with. We have to kind of minimise the usage of using facilities, but we've gone from that to not being able. We've had nothing for about 4 or 5 days now. We've just had nothing. As soon as you flush, that rises to the top, and then you just stand there just waiting, just thinking it's going to come out. But they're prioritising internal flooding and flooding elsewhere before they come out to any block drains. We are at the stage now where if it gets any more worse, it is literally going to be overflowing.
Well, I mean, it's just a complete nightmare, really, isn't it? And Heidi was saying that the water company have not provided any temporary portaloos or anything for people to use. She's in a situation where they can't wash their clothes, they can't have a shower, they can't really flush the toilet because there's a chance it will all overflow, and this has been going on for days. She doesn't know what to do. Well, I promised her I would go off and have a word with the water company. They've come back with a response that I'm not sure, well, I don't know that anyone's going to be particularly impressed with it, but we'll see. Heidi's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Heidi.
Morning.
Yeah, I went off, of course, to them yesterday afternoon, straight after my programme, and explained that I needed a response urgently from them. They've come back. They've given me some background information, talking about how, how much rain there has been and how much flooding there has been in the country and also in the area in which you live. They then provided a statement. Let me just read this, and this statement has come from Anglian Water. They say, following such persistent rainfall on already saturated groundwater levels remain extremely high, and it takes very little rain now to cause further flooding. Even though the Environment Agency and local councils are the leads for flooding from rivers and groundwater, our teams have been working tirelessly to do all we can to help customers and keep our network running. Even once the rain stops, water levels will take time to peak before they begin to subside and the situation starts to improve. Our staff have confirmed that our pumping station in Copel, which is where you live, continues to work flat out, and water levels have started to fall. However, sewers are simply not designed to carry the volume of floodwater we've seen or take excess flows from rivers and streams. This is what's causing the flooding we're seeing, rather than a specific problem with our network. Now, the reason why I was a bit disappointed when I received that response, to be honest with you, Heidi, and I'm sure you're pretty disappointed to hear that as well. I accept all of what they say. You know, all of what they say I'm sure is absolutely right, that we have had all this, rainfall and there's been so much flooding, and I'm sure that has an effect on the drains and on the sewage system. I completely get that. But there's nothing in the statement to suggest what they are doing now to try and help customers like you who are in a situation where you can't have a shower, you can't have a bath, you can't run your washing machine, you can't even flush the toilet, and this has been going on for days. Yeah. I went straight back to them after I received that response when I came in this morning, and I said, I have further questions. Firstly, how many residents are left in this position? How long will it be until residents can have a shower or bath and flush their toilets again? And why has Anglian Water not provided any temporary toilets for customers to use, particularly for vulnerable customers? That was sent at 7:50 this morning, and I'm afraid I have not received any further response from Anglian Water.
Yeah,
so at the moment, I can't answer those questions because I haven't received an answer. I hope that they will answer those questions today. In the meantime, I gather some things have happened from your end. What's the latest?
Well, it's day 7 today. We had a couple of engineers that attended yesterday on and off through the day. The only issue with that we've been having is that we are getting told numerous different explanations. It's the pumping station at Great Barford that isn't coping, and it's all blocked there. They need to get a tanker there, but there's none available at the moment. There's a shortage on them. Then they came back a little bit later to say that there's actually a blockage down the road. It goes into the following village, and there's a drain running clear, and then they come back one and it's blocked. So they said that they need to go back down there and sort that one out. So they went down there, and they were down there for a little while, and then they came back, and then they advised me and my neighbour that it's clear now, it's all gushing, it's running through, but it will just take a little bit of time for our drains to start dropping down. So I said to them, OK, did you jet it then? Have you been rodding it and jetting it? They said, no, we didn't have to do nothing. And I just kind of looked at it as if to say, right, OK. So I thought, right, oh God, I don't understand what you've been doing then. So we left it a little while and the drains did start to drop. Last night I went out and we were virtually running clear in both drains, the one on our property and the one just outside on the road by the side of the house.
OK, that's good.
And then 40 minutes later, they were all back up again and higher than what they were when the Anglian watermen looked at them. So I reported it again and got the usual, someone will be in contact to review in 24 hours, someone will call you back, which they haven't done. I'm on day 7 now and have not had a phone call back from anyone. So I woke up this morning, checked the drains, and they were clear. So I thought, yes, brilliant. It's all been sorted, absolutely brilliant. So I stuck a load of washing on. My husband and my children went to the toilet. Then my children had a shower to get ready to go to work. And I went back out, and lo and behold, within half an hour, it's been right up to the top, and it's the fullest it's been for a little while now. And that's how they remain at the minute. It's dropped slightly, but there is still a fair amount of water in there.
Right. And do we... I mean, obviously, as far as Anglian Water are concerned, it sounds from their response as if the sewage system, all the kind of pipes are absolutely full of water, but it's because of... I mean, let me just read this. We've had the wettest December, they said, in background information. We've had the wettest December and January for the last 100 years. This is according to the BBC. It is the persistent rainfall, even in small volumes now, that is causing repeated flooding as it falls on already saturated ground. Groundwater levels are extremely high and infiltrating into our sewers. This is what's causing the flooding we are seeing, rather than a specific problem within the network. Sewers are simply not designed to carry this volume of water we've seen, or take excess flows from overflowing rivers and streams in some areas, nor can we tanker away a river. I mean, that's a fair point, isn't it? That even if they were to send a tanker to come and suck everything out, if the water just keeps filling back up because of the rivers and because of the general groundwater, it's a never-ending task, isn't it? You can't just keep sucking up water from a river, because it would just be replaced within minutes or hours.
I just don't know. Me and the neighbours, we just don't know now what to believe, because we get told it's the pumping station. It's blocked all the way from here to the pumping station at Great Barford, no, it's not, because they get down to the next village, which is Willington, from us, and it's running clear. They haven't had an issue. It's like it stems to the point where it gets to just gone past our houses, and then there's an issue there. And that's why I've said to them before, I said, can you please rod this main drain, which is out on the main road from us, because that is what they've had to do before. They've had to jet it, and that's cleared it. For it to be running clear yesterday evening and then to fill back up, it's like it's cleared part from down the main road, but then there is something between the front of our houses that is stopping something from getting through again.
And is it only in your... Because one of the questions I asked Anglian Water this morning was how many residents are affected by this. I mean, as far as you're concerned, is it just your immediate neighbours, or is it everyone who lives in Copel?
Yeah, no, we are not actually situated in the village of Copel. We are on the main A603. So there is a turning that you can come off of the A603 to go into the actual village of Copel. I believe they had a few issues about 2 or 3 weeks ago from what friends have reported. But no, we are on the main stretch of the A603, which takes you all the way to Sandy. And we're called Copel, but we do get referred to as being in Willington, but we're not. We are just before you get into Willington. And it is that stretch there, I believe there is something there, and from the road on the side of our property going to the drain on the main road where they've had to jet before. But as of yet, the two that came yesterday and said that it was the pumping station, and then said it's blocked down the road, we've sorted it now, have not actually physically lifted a drain right in front of my property yet.
It sounds as if the explanation based on where you are, just looking on the map here, it sounds as if the explanation of the groundwater being at such a high level is probably a very valid answer, because, I mean, you are very near the River Great Ouse, aren't you?
Yeah, but we've had no flooding here, though. We've had no flooding whatsoever. Great Barford has, but yeah, our village, as far as I know, and no one in the village has, whether the fields around the back coming from Cardington to Coppola have, but we physically have had no flooding around here. The roads are dry, the grass verges are dry, we've had no physical, flooding of roads or anything. We haven't even had any rain for a little while now.
Well, the Great Barford, of course, is on the other side of the river to you, yeah?
Yep.
And is it the case that the sewers run from where you are into Great Barford?
Yes, they do. They run from the Copel pumping station, down past us, through Willington, and then all the way to Great Barford's pumping station.
Right. Well, I don't know if anybody else listening to the programme, particularly people who live in that part of Bedfordshire, if you are able to shed any light on what you think might be going on here, whether you're affected yourselves, pick up the phone, give me a call, 08081 008800. I mean, what I'd like to just make clear to you, and indeed to Anglian Water, although Anglian Water will know this because they know me of old, is that I'm not going to go anywhere until the situation's resolved for you.
Okay,
so
that.
Until things are back to normal, I'm not going anywhere, and I would certainly like some answers to the questions that I put to them this morning. And we will continue to follow this until things are sorted. I mean, I guess if we are to, as the song goes, accentuate the positive, at least you've been able to go to the loo this morning, do some washing and have a shower. But of course, the problem is that just going to be a short-term bit of respite?
Yeah, that's it. I mean, as soon as everyone, has had their shower and they're all sorted, I'm constantly, it's compulsive. I mean, I'm out there now, keep checking the drains. I'm compulsively cleaning in the house because I'm so, worried about, obviously, the smell and having the odour around and just trying to keep the place feeling clean and myself feeling clean. I'm at a loss now of what else we can do. I'm hoping that we should be seeing someone again today. When that'll be, I don't know, but this time I'm going to make it plainly clear that I want to actually see them doing something like jetting a drain or rodding the drain or something, because for it to start dropping and then to keep filling up, it's like there is a blockage just in front of us that's stopping it from going all the way down. But no one seems to be, they're not even tempted to try and find it.
I tell you something that might just be a little bit useful. I would like to speak to you again tomorrow on the programme to find out how things are going. I therefore would very much like to hear again from Anglian Water with an answer to those questions in time for my programme tomorrow. You might also like to mention, if the guys come out today, you might just like to mention that you'll be back on my programme tomorrow, because I'm very keen to know how things are going there. And, can they shed any light on what the latest situation is? See if you can get some information and just tell them you're coming back on the radio tomorrow. Yep. And let's just hope that one way or the other this can be resolved quickly, because it sounds stressful, it sounds unpleasant, and when this is your home, it must be extremely worrying.
Yeah, it's constantly on my mind. I'm hardly sleeping because I'm thinking about it, and I'm waking up really early so I can check the drains just to keep an eye on it, just so I can kind of plan for the day. So I have to, my children will have to take some clothes with them after they finish work. They have to go to my parents so they can go and use the toilet there and have a shower there before they come back here.
Right. Well, it does all just sound very stressful. And at the moment, in an ideal world, you don't want people really going in and out of other people's houses, do you?
No, I don't. We try to avoid that as much as possible. But like I said on the last time, you can get to about 3 days max, and then you're with 4 grown adults. You're really then kind of pushing it. There's only so much you can do. So me and my husband are kind of just making do. Yeah. But as long as my son and my daughter are able to just kind of carry on as normal, then that's okay.
Oh dear, it's horrible. Well, look, listen, let's talk tomorrow. Fingers crossed I'll have some more news for you and you'll have some positive news for me too.
I hope so, yeah.
Thank you, Heidi. All the very best. 08081 008800. That's the number if you want to comment on that case, if you've been affected or if you have any idea as to why the sewers seem to be so full of water. Does it sound absolutely credible to you that it's just purely because of the groundwater, the amount of rainfall, and the fact that the River Great Ouse, we know, has struggled under the amount of water that it has had to cope with? Is that what you suspect probably is causing this problem, and therefore it is just a matter of time until things will go back to normal? Now, Hayley wants to be a personal trainer, a qualified one, and she paid a significant amount of money to get the right qualifications.
I paid for this course back in January in full via a bank transfer, and the sum of that was £1,995. It all started off really positively, and obviously I was really excited to be having the opportunity to take that chance with a new career. I did all my theory papers, which were online, and then after that, the next stage was to obviously do practical assessments. I was told that because it was a slightly different and more long process, it could take up to 4 to 8 weeks to get any results. We're now at 15 weeks by my calculation, with still no results.
Well, has she passed or not? And if she has passed, can she please have the qualifications so she can actually start getting on with her future career? I know it's going to be difficult at the moment during lockdown, but at least she can start building up her client base and getting some interest in her company. And she can, very importantly, get her public liability insurance as well. Those are some of the reasons why this is so pressing. I went off to have a word with the company that Hayley had been doing the training through. Had a very interesting conversation with the man there. Hayley's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Hayley.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hi, Hayley. Now, I've been doing this for a very long time. And as you can imagine, there are various different responses that I get from people and from companies that I talk to. Thankfully, most of the time, it's always, absolute cooperation and a desire to solve the problem. Sometimes I'm met with a level of hostility, and other times I'm met with extreme charm. When I contacted the guy on your behalf, he couldn't seem to decide what response to give, because it was almost as if 1 minute he was being very cooperative and very nice and friendly, and then he was getting irritated at the fact that I was calling him. And he kept kind of flip-flopping between answering the questions and being very accommodating and just kind of going back to the whole, what's this got to do with you attitude, which doesn't really help. However, cutting through all of that, he did at least suggest that he was going to get onto this and get it sorted as soon as possible. But his concern, and why he felt that maybe it was a bit unreasonable you'd come to me, was that he said the pandemic has slowed everything down. He said, my internal verifier now needs to mark Hayley's work. I've done the marking. He now needs to do it. That should be done within a couple of weeks. But then he started mentioning how the verifier had already marked the work, but hadn't signed a page that he needed to sign, and so therefore it'd come back. And there were just one or two things that just had me feeling a bit confused, really, as to what was going on. And I said, well, look, the important thing is Hayley needs to know, has she passed the course? He said, of course she's passed the course. I said, has she? He said, yeah, of course she's passed the course. Yeah, I mean, she's passed the course. We just need to get that signed off by the independent person. I said, well, that's good to know, because Hayley was not aware of the fact that she definitely passed the course. Yes, she's definitely passed the course. I just need to get it confirmed by the verifier. He said, I will push it now and try and make it happen. So obviously when I gave you the good news that you had indeed passed your course, and that certainly as far as the company is concerned, you are a qualified personal trainer now. That was great for you, but you still needed a bit of paper to actually confirm all of that. Now, he said that you should have it within the next couple of weeks. Well, the 2 weeks are up either yesterday or today, I can't recall. So my question to you, have you now received your qualification, and are you now official?
It is official. I have received my qualification. So I had a little weekend, and I received it on Friday late afternoon with a phone call and an email, literally straight after, which was really nice. Actually, he was very apologetic on the phone, and I think
Hayley, your phone's coming in and your phone's breaking in and out. Is there any chance you could move a little bit? Because I'd love to hear exactly what happened.
Let me just. That's really strange. Okay,
Yes.
I'm going to move.
Is this in your home?
There we go. I've got full signal now. Can you hear me?
Yeah, that's perfect.
Yes.
You don't want a dodgy signal in your home if you're going to have clients calling you up to do personal training sessions. Oh my word! No, it's not acceptable. So sorry, you were saying he'd been really nice.
So yeah, actually, he was extremely apologetic, and I do think that on reflection to our phone call, as in between me and him, and your phone call, I think there was quite a bit of guilt there that actually he hadn't really been as supportive as he should have been, because that's what he kept saying. I do apologise for not being as supportive with you, and it was a big journey for you to take during these circumstances on your own with 2 children at home as well. So I think he just thought, you know what, I need to give her a little bit of a sort of he was very apologetic, and it was a huge relief when he called me, and I looked at the email and saw that.
So you've now got what have you actually got? The certificate?
Yes, it's an it's like in a proper folder.
Oh, Hayley, you're going to have to sort this. You're going to have to sort this phone problem out. You can't have a dodgy phone signal if you're going to be self-employed taking calls.
No, we'll sort that out for sure. No, definitely. Yeah. But I can print, laminate, I can frame it. I do everything.
Okay, listen, I think we're going to have to leave it there. I'm so sorry because we're not really making out what you're saying. But the good news is we know that you've got the certificate, and I guess that now means that you officially are a personal trainer and you can start getting your business up and running. Shall I thank him and give him the horn?
The right thing to do now. Thank you.
Okay, great. Well, I will thank him very much indeed. If you have any other problems, you know where I am. Now, David and his wife went to New Zealand in December to see their daughter. This is not last December, but the December before. Their return flights included a stopover in Thailand. But when the pandemic started to have an effect in that part of the world, well, unfortunately, their return flights were cancelled. They had to organise transport for themselves. It cost £1,395 to get back home. And David's been trying to get the money that he's lost back ever since.
What they're saying, basically, is that because they have not received money back from the airlines, from the transfer companies and from the hotels, they're still waiting for their money. However, they have sent us an email some time ago giving us a breakdown of what they owe us. £1,746 is due back to us for the share of the cancelled flights, cancelled hotels and cancelled transfers. And then on top of that, there's the price of the flights to get back.
Well, David said that he did not feel the company were making an offer that was reasonable and would cover all of his costs. We've been speaking to that company on David's behalf. I gather there is now an amount on the table. Let's find out what it is. And let's see if we think it's reasonable. Hello, David.
Good morning, Jonathan.
It really was a nightmare, wasn't it, last year? Because you were, for a time, kind of stranded in New Zealand with no way home.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, on reflection, the fact that New Zealand seems to have become a nice little cocoon, a coronavirus-free cocoon, it probably would have been nice of you to stay there. But you have obligations back here in the UK, which is why you needed to get back home.
Pretty much, yeah.
So I know Tara has spoken to the holiday company to find out what they are prepared to do. Right. You did have to get yourself home. You had to pay for other flights. And Tara, I gather there is an offer on the table now. Let's see what that is and whether it's fair or not. What have they said?
Well, this is Co-op Travel. who David booked through, they did use a travel company themselves as well. I can read the statement. We apologise for any inconvenience David and his wife have experienced and recognise the impact of their holiday arrangements as a result of the pandemic. We have been working with the tour operator who David booked with to address these issues as quickly as possible. Like all travel operators during the pandemic, they have been reliant on major airlines processing refunds quickly in order to return funds to their customers. We regret that this process has taken a considerable amount of time, which is due to delays in the airline not refunding the travel operator and in turn ourselves who acted as the agent. I can confirm that David and his wife will be refunded in full for the cost of the flights they purchased overseas and the accommodation they were unable to use as a result of the pandemic. We have been in contact with David and are currently awaiting his approval to process the refund. And we can break down that amount of money that's been offered to David. Because, David, the amount you've been offered is £1,792.70, isn't it?
That's correct, yes.
So that breaks down to, they say, the flight home that you had to pay additional to previously having a flight booked with the tour operator. Now, the cost of that flight to you and your wife was £1,395, plus what they say, the unused travel services you had booked, which was they calculated as £397.70, which takes it to £1,792.70. Now, I know when we spoke to you originally, you talked about the amount that you'd been offered, which I think when we discussed before, they'd broken it down and sent you an email that you talked about as being £1,746. You wanted on top of that the cost of the flights that you'd had to organise yourself, which was, as we know, another £1,300, which actually would have taken the whole ask that you were requesting to £3,141. But if we look at the cost that you paid for your original holiday before all of this started, that was less than what you were requesting as well. You actually paid £3,036.80. So I suppose now we have to look at whether or not you're happy to accept the offer that they've made.
Yeah. Well, I was hoping for advice from you guys, really.
Well, I'm waiting to see the tone of your voice before I make my comments, which is why I'm leaving a big pause.
Okay. The situation is, after you guys got involved, I had a phone call from them saying that it would be resolved within 48 hours. And then on the Friday, I got another phone call making this offer. However, in the phone call, they was basically saying, take the money now, and this is the end of final bottom line, no more negotiation. And I'm like, whoa. We've gone from communicating an email to suddenly phone calls saying, take the money and run, and that's the end of it. So, hence, I emailed them saying I'd like this in writing. Now, I got it in writing, excluding the bit that says, final offer, end of negotiation. I'm reasonably fair about the offer. I've got the flight.
Okay, let me jump in and let me just say what I think.
Okay, sure.
I don't think it's reasonable for you to be better off than you would have been had this holiday gone as planned. You had the remaining nights of accommodation, then you got on your plane and flew home. Okay?
Yeah,
so I don't think there's any way it's fair or reasonable for you to try and push to be in a better financial position than you would have been had everything gone according to plan.
Yeah, I agree with that.
What I'm just not quite sure of, and maybe you can answer, if they pay you the £1,792.70, does that mean that all of your costs incurred because of the fact that they couldn't honour the rest of the holiday and get you back home safely are covered?
See, that's a grey area, because that 1,746 which they list must be the price including the total purchase price of the flights. I'm not sure.
Okay, so
the line is they're still waiting for the airline to return money to them.
Yes, but that's not your problem. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm sorry for Co-op Travel that if they're having difficulty getting airlines to refund them, it's very annoying. I know many tour operators have had problems with airlines refusing to refund them, and it's put tour operators in a very difficult position. I absolutely accept that. That's not your fault as the customer, and you've been more than reasonable in terms of waiting for your money. So they're going to have to just pay that and then argue it out with the airline separately. Now, regarding the amount that's on the table, the return flight that you had to book separately was £1,395, yeah?
Yeah, that's correct.
Right. From the point of you realising that the original airline was not going to be able to get you home as per the contract, what accommodation costs did you incur from that point onwards?
Luckily, I was staying with family.
So none.
So
So what we're saying then is that actually, by them refunding you £1,792.70, you get all your money back, plus the accommodation that you didn't use. You're absolutely no worse off whatsoever.
Yeah, that's true.
Right, well, then it's fair.
Fair enough, Jonathan, thank you.
Because otherwise, what we're really talking about, and it would be completely unacceptable, the travel industry has taken one almighty battering over coronavirus, and I absolutely will fight for customers to get the money back that they are entitled to as per, in this case, package holiday regulations. However, it would be completely and utterly inappropriate to then expect travel companies to have to pay more to someone than actually the individual has suffered. Coronavirus has had a terrible effect on customers and indeed companies as well. And I think as long as they are prepared to pay you back an amount of money that means you're going to not be out of pocket at all, I think that's fair and reasonable, okay?
Yep, I agree with that. That's fair enough. Thank you for your advice.
Okay.
There was one other thing that I did ask them, because obviously you had to sort out getting home, and I asked them why Co-op Travel didn't organise that for you. And they said that the advice at the time was that overseas customers contact the airline or their embassy. Obviously that changed subsequently as the pandemic continued. And they did apologise for obviously the experience that you and your wife had at the time.
I think, listen, get back to them, accept that amount of money. Peter's on the line. Hello, Peter.
Hello, JVS. Hi.
Hi, Peter. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okie doke. On the 18th of October 2019, I ordered off an electrical retailer online a fan oven, which was delivered on the 21st of October 2019. The actual cost of the oven was £499. There was £20 for the disposal of the old cooker and £70 per connection. So per total for £589.
And was this a single oven or was it a double oven?
No, it's a double oven.
Okay, fine.
On Sunday of this week, I went to open up the oven door to slide in the chicken, and the oven door came off in my hand.
Oh, that's not ideal.
Not if you want to cook for chicken for lunch.
No, quite.
So anyway, within a matter of minutes, I actually went and called up the company to actually explain what had happened, to which they said somebody will contact you on Monday. So in between speaking to them on Sunday and yesterday, I've actually had three emails off them. On each occasion that I have written an email to them, I've actually gone and said the Consumer Rights Acts of 2015, satisfactory quality of goods, fit for purpose, etc. And albeit they have emailed me on 3 occasions, all they keep on saying is to get a VAT registered engineer in to look at the appliance and send them a report that would be a cost to me.
That's a bit of a misunderstanding, actually, of consumer law. If they wanted to, I mean, let me just explain. If the retailer wanted to disbelieve you and wanted to put the onus on you to prove that this oven has a manufacturing defect and that's why it's broken, or a manufacturing component in it is not of reasonable quality and that's why it's broken, if they wanted to put that onus on you, they are entitled to do so. So they can turn around to you and say, well, you need to go and have a report carried out and come back to us with the report. However, it's not acceptable for them to suggest that regardless of what that report finds, you have to pay for it. If the report came back and said, well, do you know what, actually, we've looked at it and the hinges seem to have had a lot of stress and pressure put on them, and therefore they've behaved in a perfectly normal way, you've obviously broken it, and therefore you're to blame, then of course it would be totally understandable for the retailer to expect you to pay for the cost of that report. If, however, the report comes back and says these hinges are very poor quality, the metal is too thin, they're not strong enough to hold a door of this kind of weight for any period of time, and that is why it's broken, then not only do the retailer have an obligation to sort the problem out for you, but they should be covering the cost of you proving it.
Yeah.
So I think they've misunderstood the law a little bit. So is that how they've kind of left it?
Yeah, they've actually said if you would like to discuss a bit further, please call us. But I'm actually I'm losing the will to live, to be honest with you. I've done everything that I should do, and they're not really helping at all. And it's not as if over the years I've actually gone and used them on numerous occasions and spent thousands of pounds with this company, and they're not actually helping at all.
Right, that's very annoying. I presume the oven doesn't have a warranty on it anymore. Was it only a 12-month warranty?
Yeah.
Right, okay. So it's purely your statutory rights you're having to rely on. Well, it sounds as if you could benefit from a little word from the JVS show, Peter.
Exactly.
Okay, what we need to do is just go and speak to this retailer and say to them, I think the way that we do it is as follows. If they want to be difficult and if they want to put the onus on Peter to prove that the oven door has broken because of a manufacturing defect or an inadequate manufacturing component in the door, then that's fine. But if that report comes back and the chances are it will cost, maybe £100, maybe even more than £100 to have an engineer out to write this kind of report, if that report comes back and finds in Peter's favour, then that retailer's going to have a duty of care to him to refund him for the full cost of that report and also to pay to get the door fixed.
Yeah.
So, do they want to do that, or would they far rather just organise for an engineer to go round and sort it? Let's try that.
Thank you.
Okay, Peter, can you hang on there? I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We're going to have a little chat with him.
Thanks so much indeed. Thanks for
all
your
the
help.
best. Jeannie purchased a TV in 2019. It's a big one. It's 50 inches. Cost her £329. She used it for a year. Just after the year had passed, she was watching it and the screen just went completely blank. She could hear the sound, but she couldn't see anything at all on the screen. So she called the company she bought it from.
They offered me an interim amount of £126 for the television initially, which I was like, I'm not really happy with that. Either replace the TV or fix it, because £126 isn't going to get me the same TV again. They haven't actually told me how they came to the figure. The communications with the company was very, very difficult to have. I even got to a stage where I asked them for a report of what was actually wrong with my TV, whether I could pay for it to be fixed myself cheaper than what they were offering me for it. They did call me, which I've asked for the subject access for, and I've heard the recordings, obviously, because I've already received them. They did offer me as a goodwill gesture the full refund back, And when they gave me the payment form so that they could put the money into my account, they only deposited the £126.
Now, I have had a few things to say on this. I mean, firstly, the company did not need to pay Raheny the full amount back, because Raheny had had a year's use from the TV, so it would have been perfectly reasonable for the retailer to deduct a year's use from the total cost and then pay her the remainder. However, Raheny said to me that they'd been very clear on the phone that in fact they were going to give her the full refund as a goodwill gesture, but then seemingly were reneging on that deal. Well, I've been off to have a word with the company concerned. The company is Tesco, and Raheny's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Raheny.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hi, Raheny. Now, let me first of all just read the response from Tesco, and I'm hoping that this statement does not still raise questions. You'll see what I mean in a second. A Tesco spokesperson has said, "We were sorry to hear this had happened and have contacted the customer to put this right and apologise. There was an error processing the refund, which will now be paid in full." Now, that sounds great, because my first reading of that response was that they recognised that whatever they'd paid you before was not the full amount. However, they've now paid you the full amount. Have you received anything into your account since we spoke?
I haven't received anything into my account. I've just received some correspondence in regards to the whole incident itself.
Okay, and what have they said in the correspondence?
So along the lines of, we apologise, we didn't realise that you weren't out of your warranty, which I'm sure I'd finished my first year's warranty, so I don't know where that piece of information they got that piece of information from, and that they were willing to deposit or post me out a gift card for the company itself.
A gift card? Well, that's not a refund.
They gave me an option of getting a back payment or it in a gift card.
So they did offer you it in monetary terms, but did you accept a gift card then?
I haven't accepted a gift card from them yet. No, I was just waiting to sort of hear from you, and then obviously make any kind of next stages. And
have they said? And this is why there's still this slight question mark over this issue for me. Did they say in the correspondence that this was they were going to be paying you either in a gift card or via a backs payment? The difference between what they've already paid you, which I believe was it about 120 quid?
It's not 120 quid. They offered me a little bit more. It was along the line. Let me just double check. I think it was along the lines of about £100 or £200. Let me just get it open.
But they've already paid you money, have they not, into your account?
They've not paid me any money into my account.
You haven't had anything at all from the beginning?
They've paid me £126
right,
initially.
That's what I'm talking about. So what I want to know is, are they talking about paying you the balance between the £126 they've already paid you and the full amount that you paid for the TV?
That's correct.
Right. Okay, good. Because the only reason why there was still this question in my mind was, if you listen to their statement again, "We were sorry to hear that this had happened and have contacted the customer to put this right and apologise. There was an error processing the refund, which will now be paid in full." It doesn't necessarily state... the first reading, you think, oh, that's great, they're going to give a full refund of the original purchase price of £329. But actually, it doesn't say that. It just says the refund, which will be paid in full, is a full refund. But if the refund in their mind was £126, then they've paid you in full. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, of course.
But if you're telling me that they have absolutely confirmed that they are going to make up the difference between £126 that they paid you already and the total cost of £329, then I would say that's job done.
Yeah, I totally agree. Yeah, thank you. That seems as though
How do you want the money? Do you want it back into your bank account, or do you use Tesco, and would a voucher be perfectly good?
I would prefer to get the money back into my bank account so I can spend it elsewhere. To be fair, I've kind of lost my loyalty to buying any kind of heavy goods or electrical goods from that company itself now. So,
well, I wouldn't necessarily leap to conclusions there. They've offered you all your money back now, so I wouldn't hold a grudge. My working out then is that they owe you a backs payment of £203.
They've offered me just a little bit over that, and they did say that a little bit extra for the inconvenience.
Oh, wow.
So,
right,
yeah.
well, if I were you, I'd get straight back onto them today and say, yes, please, can you make it as a backs payment? And can you then please let me know, Rahini, as soon as you've got that money in your account?
I shall do that.
Great stuff. All right, well, I'm going to give Tesco this. Half of the horn for agreeing to put it all right and to get you fully reimbursed, which is great. They didn't have to do that, but it's obviously something they've decided to do as a goodwill gesture, which is great. I'm very pleased. Please let me know as soon as you've got that money back in your account.
I shall do, Jonathan. Thank you so much and very kindly. I really appreciate your help.
It's a pleasure. In June of last year, Andrew bought a laptop. A couple of months after buying it, he noticed it wasn't charging properly. So he contacted the retailer, who sent it off for repair. But rather interestingly, when they sent it off for repair, Andrew had taken the whole lot back to the shop, including the charger. They said, no, we don't need to return the charger. No. He said, well, you can send the charger. No, we don't need to send off the charger. It's fine. They'll have their own chargers. Well, when it came back apparently fixed, of course, as soon as Andrew plugged it back into his charger that he still had, it didn't work. The retailer then came back and said, well, yes, the problem with it is with the charger. Well, if only they'd sent that all off in the first place, they would have realised that, wouldn't they? So they sent him a new one. But the new one arrived, and it wasn't the correct one. And up until very recently, they have been completely unable to give him a correct charger for the laptop.
Apparently, the part number, there's 3 digits on the end of the part number which were wrong, which meant they sent the wrong one out to me. So I got back in touch with them again. And then from then, things really have just gone downhill. They're just trying to say, no, there's nothing more can do. The options that we've got for you is we can send the whole charger and that back, and then we can try and match it up and then see what one you require, and then we can send it out. But when I spoke to them, they said, well, we found the one that you want, but it's not in stock. I said, well, why then do you need me to send that one back if you can pair it up, if you can see the one that I need? I've gave them the part number because the part number off of my power supply unit is on the back of it. So I gave them that part number and they said, no, it's out of stock. But we can't order it in because we can't do that.
Yes, well, it's all been just a bit of a nightmare, to be honest. And of course, Andrew was left with a very expensive laptop that he can't charge up. Very annoying. I went off to have a word with the company concerned. They are Currys. And to be absolutely fair to Currys PC World, they have been trying to get this matter resolved. Andrew's back on the JVS now. Hello, Andrew.
Hello there.
As you will recall, to start with, what they seemed to be prepared to do was to give you an amount of money so you could source your own charger.
That's correct.
You were happy with that. You were prepared to do that. Trouble is, when you sourced your own charger and it turned up, it was the wrong blooming one again. Absolutely ridiculous. Now, your suspicion is that the manufacturer has updated the laptop and has produced a different charger, and they keep sending you the new charger rather than the one that should have gone with your laptop. So I went back to Currys again and said, look, I know you've sent him this money for him to replace the charger, but he can't replace the charger because they keep sending him the wrong one. So surely the best thing that you're going to do is to have to take the whole laptop back and give him a whole new laptop with a whole new charger. Well, they came back with a further response. They said, this weekend, this is a weekend gone past, Andrew received his new charger, which he has now confirmed works with his laptop. We have also confirmed with him that we will not attempt to recover the payment that we've already made him for the replacement charger. It's a gesture of goodwill to him. Andrew has confirmed he is pleased with the resolution we have reached. So is that all accurate? Has that all happened, Andrew?
Not 100%. What happened is, obviously, on this weekend just gone, it was down for an exchange. So what they've decided to do in the end was just replace the whole entire machine, so that's the laptop and the charger as one, and then take my one with its original charger and that away, back. So just do a complete and utter swap. So I thought, lovely, great. Obviously, it doesn't leave me without a machine as well, so I get the best of both worlds. So yes, all is good. I'm just hoping I don't get nothing wrong with this charger because, yet again, this one is completely different to the previous ones I've received. So,
well, hang on. Sorry, you've lost me. So they said they were going to do a complete swap of the whole laptop.
Yeah.
But did that happen?
Yes, it did, yeah.
Oh, so they've given you a whole new laptop?
Yeah. This weekend just gone, they turned up. They gave me the new laptop complete with charger and everything else all in the box, and then they took my unit with my charger away with them.
Wow. And you get to keep the money that they'd sent you, the £112, and an additional £50 as a gesture of goodwill for the other charger.
Yeah, that's what I believe. Yeah, that's what I said.
Wow. Are you happy?
I most certainly am, yes.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I mean, I know it's been an absolute pain in the neck and you've been left without a working laptop for quite some time, but you've now got a whole brand new laptop. Is it a slightly updated version?
It looks exactly the same of what I can see.
Right.
I say the only difference being is obviously the charger. It's completely different to the previous two that I've had. So.
Right. Well, maybe it was a problem with that charger that meant they wanted to do the update to the whole system.
Could well possibly be.
Yeah. Well, let's just hope that this new charger works. I presume everything with the laptop is absolutely tickety-boo at the moment.
It is indeed, yeah.
Great. OK, well, I'm going to thank Curry's PC World very much indeed. I will give them the horn. Andrew, any other problems, you know where we are. Yeah, right. Tell me all about the problem you're having, please, without naming any company names.
No, I know. I haven't had a washing machine since Christmas.
Why? What happened?
It broke down, and they said it was the drum. But this company said they made me 3 appointments. But after the 3 appointments, they cancelled again.
Right, let's go back a bit to the beginning, Maria. Now, tell me, how old was your washing machine that broke at Christmas?
They gave me that one in 2018.
Right, so it's about 2 years old.
Yes, because the company gave me that one because they couldn't fix my other one.
OK, so they replaced... when did you buy the original one from them?
No, I bought it out of my catalogue, that one. The one before that.
I see. So you bought... When did you buy the one before that out of a catalogue?
Oh, must have been about 2 or 3 years before.
Right. And then that one broke?
Yes, and they couldn't fix it.
Right.
So this company, because as it was guaranteed by them, they gave me a new one because they couldn't fix my usual one.
Right. OK. So it broke after 2 years. And what was the problem with the drum? It just wouldn't go round and round?
No, it went round, but it just wouldn't wash and that.
Oh, dear. And
I kept going to the laundry about 2 or 3 times a week.
Well, you'd need to, wouldn't you? I've got to do your washing.
Yeah, and the small machine in there is £5. When I do my bedding, there's £7 for a big machine.
Oh, and how often do you do your bedding? Once a week?
No, every 2 weeks.
Oh, okay. So,
and the dryer in there, it lasts for half an hour, £3 each time.
You are joking.
No.
God, it's expensive, isn't it?
Yes. And especially if I do my bedding, if I want it for an hour, that's £6.
Right, and does it take an hour to dry it in there?
The bedding did, but the clothes never.
Right.
Clothes were all right for about half an hour.
Right. So the washing machine, when it broke, you said it broke about Christmas time.
Yeah.
Right. And what did you do? Get straight back onto the company that you bought it from to tell them?
Yeah, because it was guaranteed with all sorts of things, so...
Yeah, I'm being briefed by my team that you've got some kind of cover on it, is that right?
Yes, because I've got the cover on that one, my tumble dryer, my fridge freezer,
Yes.
and originally now my new little cooker.
Ooh.
Yes.
Right, okay.
And so I'm incontinent, and I suffer with epilepsy. I've had strokes and I'm weak down the right side. And yesterday I had an epileptic fit yesterday evening.
Oh, dear. Are you all right?
Oh, well, I wet myself anyway. I usually do.
Right.
I could have done without this, I tell you.
Yes.
Especially, I'm diabetic too as well. But that doesn't bother me. But the strokes and brain hemorrhage does, because it's left me weak down the right side.
So what's the company said when you've called them and said, can you help me?
Yeah, on Wednesday I called them. I was there for over an hour, and nobody picked up the phone. And I didn't get no texts, nothing.
Right. And do they know your various problems, Maria?
Well, the other, when I rang, because they're saying that, I was supposed to have somebody between 11:20 and 2:20, and nobody turned up.
Right. Well, I mean, this sounds like a nightmare, an absolute nightmare.
When I have to go to the laundrette.
Well, yeah, and I can understand if you suffer with incontinence. I mean, it's a very embarrassing problem.
Yeah.
And, you know, you want to be clean and hygienic, don't you? So you need a washing machine.
By taxi, £9 every time, because it's $4.50 there and $4.50 back.
Yeah. So you're having to get the cab there, then you have to pay all that money for the laundrette.
And then I have to get a taxi on the way back, because I don't go on the bus with all my washing.
No.
And I have to use a four-wheeled walker, and I've got a bed guard for my epileptic fits.
Right.
And I've got a wet room and a handrail and a high-waist toilet seat. So I can't have a bath because they're epileptic. And bed guard is for the epilepsy, because many a times I fell out.
Right, okay. Well, it sounds like we need to go and have a little word with this company.
I would like a new machine in there now. And some money off. Yeah, I haven't taken no money off. They'd still charge me for the washing machine as well.
Right. And it sounds from the beginning of the story as if they have been out.
No, they haven't.
Oh, they haven't?
They came out when it first broke, but I haven't seen nobody since.
Right, okay. Well, okay. Listen, you've done the right thing in calling now. And just out of interest, how much money do you pay for this cover per month, Maria?
Okay. Well, I pay 20 now because my cooker's in charge with them. It comes to, with the cooker, is £23 a month.
Right, and they've left you all this time without a working washing machine. Well, this is ridiculous.
I would like a new washing machine and money off.
Yeah.
Because I haven't got no washing machine. So why should I be paying that?
And the thing is, Maria, I don't know, it's a bit rude to ask, but can I ask how old you are?
I'm 57.
57, but you've got all these underlying health problems.
Yeah, and I had a brain hemorrhage as well.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, you shouldn't really be putting yourself at all this risk of going into laundrettes on a regular basis.
Tell me about it. I've been on the phone to them, but
right.
they just give me excuses after excuses.
Right. Well, do you know what, Maria? I like you. And I'm going to make sure that I call this company and try and sort this out for you, because I don't like what I'm hearing. This is not acceptable.
Nor do I either.
No.
Because my twin sister's with the same company. She's going to have somebody look at her washing machine. I said, good luck on that one.
Right. You got a twin?
Yes.
Right.
She lives in Bournemouth.
Oh, does she? I know Bournemouth. It's nice, isn't it?
I was born and bred in Bournemouth.
Were you?
I don't think so.
Oh. Well, look, let's Let's go and have a word with each to their own. Let's see what we can do. Maria, we will get some detail. I'll pass you back to Tara.
It's been over 5 weeks, Jonathan, since Christmas.
Ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, we need to look at this customer service level going on here.
We certainly do. Maria, can you hang on there? I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail. We'll go and have a word. All right.
Yeah, okay.
All right, you hang on there, please. Julia purchased a car in November 2019 for $7,500. In the first 2.5 months of owning it, she was experiencing a lot of issues with this car, so she took it back to the retailer, who firstly said no, nothing to do with us. So she took it to an independent garage for them to have a look.
The local garage diagnosed a blown head gasket. They discovered that the engine was so badly pitted that it couldn't be fixed. So I contacted the garage, obviously, and told them what the situation was and hoping that they would help in some way, at least contribute or, and they wanted the opportunity to take it away and repair it themselves, which I thought, yeah, okay. They took it away in August 2020. They don't actually have their own repair workshop, so they had to take it to another garage to repair it. I don't know what garage they took it to, but it's still there now. I have been in contact with them just before Christmas because I had a parking ticket in the post, and they said, they would pay that.
Well, of course, Julia now has two problems. Firstly, she's got a car that she can't use and she doesn't have. She hasn't got her money back for that. And then wherever this company have parked her car, she's been receiving parking tickets for it. So she's in a right old pickle. And to be honest, the pickle got a whole lot worse when I saw which company she'd purchased this car from. Julia's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Julia.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, Julia. Now, I must just start by a bit of a warning for other people, if you don't mind, Julia. And I'm not saying this to in any way rub salt in the wound. But please, please, ladies and gentlemen, there are fantastic car dealers out there. And there are awful car dealers out there. And when you see a car pop up on a search site such as Auto Trader, it may look beautiful. There may be lovely photographs of it and you think, oh, that looks nice. It's just the car I want. Please, before you go ahead and start getting involved, do your research on the company that's actually selling the car. Because if Julia had taken a step back and had started to do some searching on this company that she was planning to buy the car from, she would have seen not only some truly awful customer reviews from people who've had a nightmare having bought a car from them, but she would also have seen that this company had been taken to court by trading standards in the past. And when you see things like that, it's a bit of a warning sign. Do I actually want to be getting involved with these people? Do I want to be buying a car from them? And I'm afraid this is also a company that I have had dealings with myself on the programme. And when I called them up, I didn't get a very good feeling when I recognised the voice of the guy that answered the phone. Somewhat aggressive tone. And although I'm very used to dealing with aggressive people, and you can understand when I'm calling companies on a regular basis, I have to have my fair share of ding-dongs with people, to be honest with you. But I absolutely put myself in the position of a customer who would find it really quite unpleasant to be on the receiving end of that. At any point, Julia, did you encounter a level of aggression from them in their response to you?
To be honest, no, I didn't. The people, when I phoned them, I tended. It seemed to be somebody different who answered the phone every time I spoke to them.
I see.
And they tended to be the sales team who answered the phone, so they're usually quite customer focused, aren't they?
Well, they are to a point. The man that I spoke to is to a point, but when he realises that actually there's the potential to have a difficult conversation, in my experience, he's perfectly capable of turning fairly quickly. Now, I decided not to really pursue the conversation with him before because, as I say, I've had experiences with him in the past, and he wasn't prepared to put me through to the man in charge of the company, so I emailed the man in charge instead. Just to apply a little bit of further pressure, I also found a business group that the man who owns this company, or is the director of the company, is also a part of. So I called them as well, just to let them know that I was looking to speak to him. Sure enough, he came back to me by email. And to be absolutely fair, he seemed genuinely, or certainly was suggesting that he was interested in making sure that you got your money back for this car. Quite why you hadn't got the money back before now is beyond me, because let's face it, they've had your car for what, a year?
Yeah, a year now. Yeah,
a year. And you've been left without a car, and you've been left without £7,500 that you paid for the car. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. Why on earth haven't they sorted this out before? Anyway, he promised that he was going to be giving you your money back, and also suggested that they would be reimbursing you for the parking tickets that you had received for the car as well. Now, I wasn't necessarily, and I'm a bit of an old cynic because of my experiences with them in the past, I wasn't necessarily particularly hopeful, but I gather, and I'm delighted to be in this position, I gather I'm going to have to eat my words. What's happened since we last spoke?
Well, we had a few email and telephone exchanges and a couple of false starts, but they were assured me they were going to give me the money back, and lo and behold, I think it was the day before yesterday, it appeared in my account.
Fantastic.
Full refund for the car. It didn't actually include the parking tickets or costs I've had to strip the car and diagnose it, but I've got the money back for the car, and that's what I was interested in.
Right, so you have still incurred costs on top of all of this that they haven't reimbursed you for?
No, and I haven't. To be honest, I mean, parking tickets, yes, I told them about those, but I did manage to get those reduced back down to the original parking ticket cost, not when they double it, when they write you.
And have you paid them?
I have paid them, yeah.
So how much is the total?
They were £35 each, so 70.
70 quid. Right, well, they owe you £70. So I'm delighted they've paid you the full amount of money, but as far as I'm concerned, it's not good enough. And I'll tell you why it's also not good enough, because they've put in writing that they were going to refund you, because I even clarified with them, with the man that runs the company, that any refund would also include the amount to cover the parking tickets. So I'm delighted that
I have got to send them the paperwork and the spare key, so maybe they're waiting for that. I don't know.
Well, I think you need to get that back to them ASAP. And I will send them an email this afternoon and say, I'm delighted that you've refunded the money for the car, but what about the £70 for the parking tickets? I certainly don't think you should. Why should you let them off with that?
Well, I know. I don't think it's sunk in yet. I'm just so shocked that I've got the money back, to be honest.
I'll be honest with you. I think you're lucky. I do think you're lucky. I didn't necessarily think you were going to get the money back for that car, but I'm delighted you have. And please, again, I just say this. I mean, for me personally, I'm not mechanically minded. If I lift a bonnet up on a car, I don't know what's in it. I don't know. A car can look very, very nice and shiny and, nice wheels and nice and clean and tidy inside. And I'd look at it and think, that looks nice. Do I actually know whether I'm about to buy a lemon? No, I don't. Yeah. So if I was going to buy a car, I think if you're buying a car from a main dealer, from a manufacturer, as long as you do your homework and make sure that the dealer has a very good reputation, it's probably the case that you can have a level of confidence, because you know that if in the event of you having problems with that particular dealer, there will be a customer service department for the manufacturer that you'll be able to speak to and elevate a matter should it occur. But I think when you're buying a car from an independent garage, it's imperative that if you don't know what you're looking for in terms of whether you're about to buy a good car or not, you take someone with you that does know about cars. And if you don't know anyone, then you pay the likes of the RAC or the AA or some independent local garages will go and check vehicles for you as well, and just give you a report and tell you whether the car is a dud or worth buying.
I've definitely learnt a lesson from this.
Yeah, and always, always, always do your research on them first. And if you see a whole load of people saying, I bought a car from this lot, couldn't get my money back, it's a nightmare, the car blew up, and what, just run a mile. Run a mile. There are plenty of cars out there for sale. Don't ever be, lured into buying a car because it looks nice on a photo on the internet. You really, you know yourself, Julia, how stressful this has been.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's been a whole year of unnecessary stress.
Yeah.
But I think I've got a bit overexcited because I found a car in my price range, which was just what I wanted.
Yeah.
And I had a courtesy car following an accident that the insurance company wanted back. So I see something that was right, and I just didn't think.
The problem is, cars at the best of times are mechanical items that develop problems. You know, even new cars can develop problems. If you take that mechanical item that can develop problems even when things go well, and then combine it with a retailer that doesn't do what they have to do, or maybe have no interest in resolving problems after the point of sale, you just automatically have got a nightmare scenario in front of you, and you don't want to be getting involved in it. Life is so short, you don't want to have to spend loads of it fighting with second-hand car dealers, to be honest with you. But listen, I'm delighted that you've got the money back. I'm going to give them this. But notice I'm withholding a couple of honks at the end, and that's for the £70 for the parking tickets. Can you leave it with me? I will go and speak to them this afternoon, and I will ask them to pay you the full amount, including the £70.
Okay, thank you very much, Jonathan. I really appreciate what you've done. I don't think it would have happened without your intervention.
Well, Julia, I'm absolutely delighted you got the money. I am a bit amazed, but I'm delighted, and I'm happy to be proved wrong. Listen, we will speak very soon, OK? Heidi was telling me that on the 28th of January, she noticed her shower wasn't draining properly. When her husband came home, he checked the water level in the drains outside, and it was very high. Now, she was saying that this has happened before during the last 12 years that they've lived in this property, but never quite as badly as this. So Heidi got in touch with the water company immediately.
We have no functioning toilet facilities or washing facilities, and it's not just us, it's affecting 5 other houses along the road, and it's causing quite a lot of distress now. It normally happens once or twice a year. Before, when I've had to report it, I couldn't fault them. They've been brilliant. They came out within 24 hours, jetted the drains, resolved the issue, and it was fine. This has been the worst that we've ever had to deal with. We have to kind of minimise the usage of using facilities, but we've gone from that to not being able to, we've had nothing for about 4 or 5 days now. We've just had nothing. As soon as you flush, that rises to the top, and then you just stand there just waiting, just thinking it's going to come out. But they're prioritising internal flooding and flooding elsewhere before they come out to any block drains. We are at the stage now where if it gets any more worse, it is literally going to be overflowing.
Well, you can understand how horrible this must be. I mean, Heidi was saying that they haven't been able to flush the loo, they haven't been able to wash, they haven't been able to wash their clothes properly. It's just been a nightmare. I went off to have a word with the water company to see what they had to say. Heidi's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Heidi.
Morning.
Good morning. So the company concerned is Anglian Water. And you'll remember from the initial response that I received from them, they were suggesting that the reason for this problem, it was down to the water level because of the recent rainfall. Apparently you live fairly near to the River Great Ouse. And where we've had so much rainfall, the water level is so high, the groundwater level is so high, and as a result of all of that, the sewers have completely filled with water, and that's what's causing the backlog. And what they seem to be suggesting in their initial response was that, you know, they can normally send along a tanker if there is a blockage of some kind and suck everything out and, you know, get the drains to flow smoothly again. But they can't send a tanker out to suck up the entire contents of a river. And they seem to be suggesting that that was the reason for the problem. However, as you will recall from our last conversation, there were some other questions I had for Anglian Water. I wanted to know, firstly, how many residents were affected? Because I know that you and your immediate neighbours are affected, but is anyone else in the area affected to the same kind of extent? And I wanted to know why, how long this was likely to go on for, and also why they weren't providing any temporary facilities, such as a portable toilet for you and your neighbours to use. Because, I mean, you were saying that there have been some days where you literally can't flush the loo. The water level is so high, and you know that if you flush the loo, the whole lot's just going to come all over the top of the pan, which is horrible. What a horrible feeling that must be. Now, I know that things have kind of been going on from your end, and I've also received a further response from Anglian Water. Let's find out what they have to say. They say, unfortunately, given the scope of the flooding incidents right across the region, we can't accurately put a number of people that have been affected in this way. It will depend on the individual capacity of each homeowner's pipework as well as that of our sewers. So we do rely on customers to get in touch with us and let us know their individual situation. We are at the mercy of the weather currently. So while our tankers and pumping stations are working at full capacity to get rid of the water, the current levels will take time before they begin to subside and the situation starts to improve. Nevertheless, our teams, tankers and pumping stations are working to capacity to speed this process up where they can. In relation to the provision of temporary toilets, this is the responsibility of the local council and environmental health. Okay. So that's the latest from Anglian Water. In effect, in layman's terms, we're doing as much as we can. We can't do any more. And as for toilets, that's not down to us. What's happened from your perspective? Because I gather there've been people outside, and there has been some movement. But is it constructive movement? What's going on?
Nothing much. We've got the sixth engineer has arrived this morning, and he's actually currently back now, just parked on the road out the front. He advised that there is a blockage further down the road, which we kind of already knew. The water apparently is moving really slow, and this was mentioned to us yesterday as well. My next door neighbour, she got a message from the engineer that came out yesterday, and he said that they have bumped us up as an emergency. They've been down to the road on the side of me. There's definitely an issue. It's moving too slow, and it looks like it's got worse. And we were like, right, okay, like we haven't been telling you that. They need to put in a request for traffic control. If they can't get it for where we are up our end, where we're currently a 50 mile per hour limit, they will go further down into the following village where it's a 30 and do it from there. I did question why when we were previously advised that it's actually clear down there, to which his face was like, well, actually, no, it's not. And at the moment,
do we know what it's blocked with?
No, we don't. No, the engineer that's here at the moment is the only one that has physically jetted a drain. And that was today. And now he said that he's having to go manhole to manhole to find out exactly what is going on and where the issue is lying. So that's what he drove off to currently do. I haven't, as of yet, been able to speak to him at the moment to see what he's doing now. He rodded in next door's drain and said, yeah, there's definitely a blockage. And as of yet, there has still been no outcome of what is going to be happening. A tanker was supposed to come out to us last night. It was supposed to have been authorised by their managers and put through as an emergency. That never showed, and it still hasn't shown till now.
But you see, what's so interesting is there seems to be, it feels as if there are two different versions of events. You're getting one version of events, which seems to be that there is a blockage in your local area, and it is the blockage that is causing the backlog, and that actually that blockage is something that could, with the right amount of work, be freed or unblocked, and a tanker could be sent out to come and suck everything up to free your drains. But according to Anglian Water's press office, this is just sheer volume of water under the ground that has filled the sewers. So I'm getting a bit confused as to what's actually going on here.
Well, that's the same. That's exactly how we are. We're getting told you need a tanker. You don't need a tanker. There's an issue at the pumping station. There's not an issue at the pumping station. It's blocked all the way along. It's not blocked all the way along. And now we just don't know. We really just don't know what's going on, what they're going to be doing next, and if this is even going to get resolved today. It just seems the likely thing is they need to make sure that all the drains on this main road are clear and it's flowing, and then come and do our drains in our gardens to make sure that it is actually then clearing straight into the road again. But it's like we kind of know what should be getting done, but it's not getting done.
I wonder whether, and I'm only speculating here, but I just wonder whether there is any credibility to this theory. Is it the case that the sewers, the main sewers under the ground, that you say go underneath a road, is that right?
That's it, yeah.
I wonder whether there is some kind of problem somewhere along that particular pipe. And what happens is when the water level rises so much, and there's no doubt about it, the amount of rainfall we know, and then the problems that has caused, particularly the River Great Ouse, we are well aware, that's well documented, and lots of areas have been affected by that. I just wonder whether that can sometimes then cause something to get washed along that pipe that then gets stuck, which means that even when the water then subsides, it still leaves you with the blockage at your end. I mean, I don't know whether there's any credibility to that, but that would certainly explain why this guy seems to think there's something stuck in the pipe.
Yeah, it is. It's quite frustrating because it's kind of like with what I've been saying from the very start when I rung them, that the stretch in front of us, it seems like there is an issue there. And I remember like when years ago we had to deal with this, and we were told, that there needs to be something done about the road. They need to investigate it, but they're then reluctant to obviously have to close the road off and do any work to it.
Right. Well, look, it's now Friday. Have you been able to flush your loo this morning? Have you been able to have a wash?
Yeah, we have. We're managing to have a shower because it dropped slightly. Mm-hmm. So we've been managing to have a shower. But we can't all have one in the same day. It can literally handle someone having a shower and someone going to the toilet, and then that's about it. It's rising up too much, so we don't want to take the chance. And then it gradually starts dropping a little, and then you just kind of play it by ear.
Right. What we'll do, I'd like to speak to you again on Monday, please. As I said to you, I'm not going anywhere until this situation is resolved. So Anglian Water, please. The sooner this is resolved, the sooner I will go away and stop talking about this every day on my programme. What I'd like to do is see what happens this afternoon. The guy that you say is still outside your house now, let's just hope that at some point today he's able to find out exactly where that blockage is and free it. I'm going to go back to Anglian Water again and say, what is this business with the blockage? Because this is now causing some confusion, because it doesn't seem to tally with your explanation that it's just purely down to water level in the ground. And let's take it from there and see if by Monday things are looking up. And I really hope that this weekend things improve dramatically for you, Heidi.
So do I, yeah. I'm going to go out and have a word with him now, and then I'll see my neighbour and see what's been referred to him, and see what they say. And then hopefully, by the end of today, we should have some kind of resolution to it, but I can't see it.
Okay. Listen, I will talk to you on Monday of next week, and let's hope, fingers crossed, things are looking up. Okay.
Okay.
Muriel booked to see Swan Lake with a couple of her friends.
I purchased 3 theatre tickets in December 2019 as a Christmas present to go and see the ballet, and of course, due to COVID, it was all cancelled. So I waited a couple of months and then tried to contact them. It said on the website that the box office was open from 10 o'clock till 4:30, but every time you rang, it just came up with the COVID message.
Well, as you can understand, Muriel wasn't very pleased about all of this. She wants her money back. She bought them in person at the theatre, so it would appear the theatre doesn't have any email contact for her. So we need to try and get hold of a human being. And I gather Tara has done that. Muriel's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Muriel.
Hello, Jonathan. Nice to speak to you again.
Nice to speak to you too, Muriel. Now, Tara, you've spoken to the theatre in question, and I gather they were very receptive to the idea of giving Muriel her money back. What's going on?
They were, absolutely. Hi, Muriel. Yes, they wanted to get it sorted
Tara.
out. Hi. They wanted to get it sorted as soon as possible, but obviously they had some hurdles to overcome because they didn't have Muriel's email address, as you've just mentioned. So that did mean that Muriel wasn't able to contact them and they weren't able to contact her. But I sent quite a few emails around, and one did come back to me from a man who was really keen to resolve this issue. So they processed Muriel's refund. They approved it straight away, but the processing of it took a little longer, especially apparently because it couldn't be refunded directly onto a credit card. They needed to go into a bank account, and that caused a bit of a delay as well. So when we last spoke to Muriel, she was really keen by the fact that she was going to get her refund finally, because it was some months ago that she booked the tickets, but it was taking a while to get it. So I sent them a little email just to check that it was all being processed and should be tickety-boo relatively soon, and they said, well, we're hoping to get it done by either Wednesday or Thursday of this week. And I was very pleased to say that Muriel gave me a ring to say when it was coming in, and the news is, Muriel?
Yes, it's there. Yes.
Good.
I have received the refund.
Great stuff. We will thank them very much indeed and give them the horn. Any other problems, you know where we are, Muriel.
Thank you.
Al and his wife needed a new fridge freezer after their trusted one finally broke.
We was looking at the fridge freezer. Eventually we called the salesman over. Exactly what he said. We explained that it's going into our outhouse as we were replacing the old one, which we had for over 20 years. He never mentioned, I say once again, never mentioned that, no, it's not suitable for an outbuilding. They set it all up, we waited about 24 hours, switched it on, and we had no problem for about 6 weeks until the temperature dropped. It just stopped completely because it gone down below 10 degrees.
Well, he's not had joy from the retailer in getting a replacement or a refund, despite only buying this product on the advice of a salesperson. So we've been off to have a word with the company. Al's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Al.
Good morning, Jonathan. How are you?
Oh, I'm good, thank you, Al. Now, I know that they should never have sold you or advised you to buy this product because it was never suitable to go in an outside building. There are only certain freezers and fridges that can go outside. Be very aware of that, ladies and gentlemen. Tara went off to have a word with this retailer. What have they said?
Well, this is Curry's PC World, and they got back to the programme and said that they were very apologetic for the issues that Al has faced with this fridge freezer, but they did confirm that as per the fridge freezer's manual, the product is not suitable for outdoor use, and they said that this manual was presented to Al when he was buying the fridge freezer from one of their stores. But obviously Al told us that he went on the advice of a sales representative.
What was he supposed to do? Start reading the manual?
Yeah, read it. Al told us, carries on the statement, that he believes this was a case of simple miscommunication, however is very satisfied with their service overall, and as a gesture of goodwill we've arranged to replace the fridge freezer Al bought for a product suitable for outdoor use, and Al is happy with our new recommendation. They're going to keep monitoring progress until his replacement product arrives, and I think we might have some news on this, Jonathan.
What's going on, Al? What have you heard?
Good news, Jonathan. The fridge freezer arrived about an hour ago, and yes, it's in my outhouse, ready to switch on in a few hours' time.
And
so
this one's definitely suitable for outside buildings.
Yes, the manager who phoned me up was very, very. He helped us out continuously. You know, assured us that this fridge freezer will suit our outhouse, and yeah, just once again, I'm very pleased, Jonathan.
Great. OK, well, we will thank Curry's very much indeed. We will give them the horn. Al, any other problems? You know where we are. Graham?
Good afternoon, Jonathan.
Graham, I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
OK. I wanted to buy a dress watch for my good lady for her birthday, which I duly purchased from an online company who specialise in jewellery and watches. We purchased this on the 24th of November for her birthday on the 25th of November 2017. We had a little trouble with the strap of the watch, and the company duly replaced it. But on the anniversary of its warranty, which was a 2-year warranty, it started to go slow. And then come January, February 2020, it stopped working. So we thought, well, it's done 2 years, it probably needs a new battery.
Yeah.
So we took it to the local jewellers, and they have a little machine that they can test the batteries with without having to open it. And they said, no, it's pulsing away fine, there's nothing wrong with the battery. And the arms were going round, so we reset the time and took it home. It went for a couple of days, and then it stopped. And then we went into lockdown. So when we eventually got out of lockdown, we took it to another jeweller's and said, could you just have a quick look at this? It appears to have stopped working. We think it's the battery. And they said, there's nothing wrong with your battery. And they showed me this little machine that they put it on, and the gauge was flickering backwards and forwards and saying it was full. So I said, right, in that case, I better get on to the company.
But it can't be full if it's been in a watch for 2 years.
Well, it was of adequate power, shall we say.
Right, okay.
I'm not an expert on the machines, but he said, no, there's nothing wrong with the battery. It should be working fine.
Right.
So I said, okay. So I then emailed the company and said, look, do you have a facility where we can return the watch to you and you can either just check it over or put in a new battery accordingly? And they said, no, we only supply them as new. It's out of battery, out of warranty, nothing we can do.
So this was the retailer you'd purchased the watch from?
The online company, yes.
Right, okay. How much had you paid for the watch out of interest?
Well, £119. We got a bit of a business discount, so it was about 85 in total.
£83. Okay,
not vastly expensive, but it was only a dress watch and was only used for, shall we say, dress occasions.
Well, I was going to say, that's the point, isn't it? If it's a dress watch, then it's not the kind of watch you would have on your wrist every day.
No.
How many times would you say since the 24th of November 2017 your wife's worn it?
Probably once a week.
Gosh.
Not even that. Sometimes, it's just one if she was going out to when we could go out to the pubs. So it wasn't of a great deal of use in terms of an everyday watch by any means. She has alternative watches which she wears every day and work fine.
Yeah. Well, if you are a regular listener to my programme, you will know all about the Consumer Rights Act.
Absolutely.
And what I'm about to say will sound like a broken record to you. But there are always new people tuning in, and it's very important for those people to hear this message as well. And in fact, I had a lovely message. Was it yesterday? I had a message from someone who was saying that their daughter, during homeschooling, has been listening to my programme quite a lot, and apparently has heard me banging on about the Consumer Rights Act so much she's become an expert now herself, which is great news. I'm infiltrating down into the younger generation. So when you buy a product, in this case a dress watch, it must be fit for purpose, of reasonable quality, and must last for a reasonable amount of time. Now, in the grand scheme of things, £83 for a watch, it's not the most expensive watch.
No, I agree.
You can spend a lot more on a watch.
And have done as well.
But it is certainly a reasonable amount to pay for a watch, and should give you a number of years' use from that watch before it breaks. Now, obviously, a new battery is something that can occur with normal wear and tear. And it would be totally unreasonable to expect the company to replace the battery for you free of charge. However, the fact that you've been told by two separate jewellers that the battery that's in that watch is fine, there's no problem with it, would suggest that in fact it's not the battery, in fact the watch has failed. It's not of reasonable quality, and therefore it's not working as it should do now in a relatively short space of time since you purchased it. So the retailer that sold it to you has a duty of care to try and resolve the matter. What is their position then? They're just saying it's out of warranty, nothing we're going to do?
No. Well, first of all, it's very difficult dealing with a lot of these internet companies. You have to go through to their customer support, and it takes about a couple of weeks for them to reply back to you, etc., etc. But I laid on the details out that I was not claiming under the warranty because I was fully aware that the warranty had expired. Back came the email, well, I'm very knowledgeable about distance selling regulations, and this doesn't apply in this case, so there's nothing we can do. So I emailed back and said, no, I'm not claiming under distance selling regulations. I'm claiming under the Consumer Rights Act 2015 that it's not fit for purpose. They said, oh, we don't believe in that.
We don't believe in it?
We don't believe in that, yep. I think you've got the email, or words to that effect, saying that's irrelevant. It's out of warranty.
Is this a UK-based retailer?
Yes, it is.
Well, I can't wait to go and have a little chat with them and find out why they don't believe in the law. I don't believe in the law, and therefore I'm not prepared to follow the law.
But we will give you a 40% discount if you buy a new watch. And I said, well, that's awfully nice of you, but would I want to deal with a company who can't even give me a reasonable answer about my existing watch?
And a company that doesn't seem to want to honour UK law?
Correct.
Bizarre. OK, can I pass you back to Tara? Can we get some detail and go and have a word, please, Tara? This is absolutely incredible.
Well, if I ever get stopped by the police, which has happened once in occasion on my life before, I will use that line.
I don't believe in the law.
I don't believe in the law.
Yeah, see how far that gets you before you're in handcuffs and in the back of their Panda. Melody's daughter needed some new school shoes. She picked up a pair of very smart patent leather ones in August of last year. They cost £42, but very crucially, they came with an offer from the retailer that made these shoes a very attractive option.
At the time, they were advertising that if the child outgrew their shoes by the 28th of February 2021, that they would replace them with a free pair. Before Christmas, she started to complain that they felt tight. So I tried them on her before she was due to go back in January, and she said, they feel too tight, Mummy. So I emailed the company explaining that, I bought them with the guarantee. They told me via email that because of the lockdown and the stores being closed, they're unable to offer the guarantee any longer, but they would offer a 30% discount on a new pair of shoes if I ordered them online. But the reason I purchased them from the shop was because of the guarantee.
Well, I went off to speak to this retailer and to ask them why they were not honouring an offer that Melody purchased the shoes on the basis of. 30% is 70% more than Melody feels she should be paying for a new pair of school shoes, because the simple fact is these shoes should be replaced for free. Melody's back on the JVS now. Hello, Melody.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hi. The company, as you know, is Clarks.
Yeah.
And they've come back with, I have to be honest, long responses. So let's just go through this and see what they're saying. And they've sent me two responses because I argued after the first one. So I'll abbreviate some of the first one. They say, we understand the disappointment about the withdrawal of our back-to-school shoe fit guarantee and would like to explain why the COVID-19 protection measures led to us making this decision. In July 2020, Clarks launched its back-to-school shoe fit guarantee, where our expert fitters could ensure the perfect fit for children's feet from the date of purchase up until the 30th of November 2020 or the 28th of February 2021. Depending on the size of the shoes. If a child who was an infant size 10 or above outgrew their shoes by the 28th of February 2021, the guarantee offered an exchange or refund to the same value.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, like many companies classed as non-essential retail, the full range of services Clarks has been able to offer has been impacted by the strict COVID-19 restrictions and the legal requirement to temporarily close our stores. Due to these restrictions and no clear time frame for when our stores will be able to reopen, we can no longer continue with the guarantee or provide an exchange or refund. This is because a customer would need to visit a Clarks store to see if they are eligible for the guarantee and have the fit of their child's shoes assessed by a trained member of staff. While this decision has been made directly as a result of the COVID-19 restrictions, we understand how popular the guarantee has been, and we're truly sorry for the disappointment this news has caused. We appreciate your customers' understanding at this challenging time, and we're currently offering a 30% voucher if you bought a pair of Clarks school shoes between July and September 2020, which can be redeemed against a pair of kids or adult shoes. Full details can be found here. Now, I went back to them and said, well, hang on a minute. It's not Melody's fault that your shops have shut. And if it's an issue of not being able to ascertain whether in fact Melody's daughter has outgrown the shoes, then as far as I'm concerned, there are two potential solutions to that. Firstly, Melody can video herself measuring her child's feet, and you can compare that against your records to see if indeed her daughter has outgrown the shoes. Alternatively, Clarks offer a service on their website where you can use a virtual measurer. Have you seen that?
I haven't, no, but, I'd be happy to send any kind of pictures or proof or anything that they would like to see.
Quite. So that is surely a way of resolving this issue. And the simple fact is, when Melody purchased the shoes, she only purchased them from you because of this offer. If the offer wasn't there, she would have purchased cheaper school shoes from another company. So therefore, your offer enticed this customer to make the purchase, you have a duty of care to her to now honour that offer. They've come back again. We fully understand Melody's disappointment, but feel it is important to stress that the decision to withdraw the guarantee was made as a direct result of the COVID-19 protection measures and the fact that we are unable to offer in-store services when our stores are temporarily closed. As stated in the terms of the guarantee, a customer would need to visit a Clarks store to see if they were eligible for the guarantee and have the fit of their child's shoes assessed by a trained member of staff. Unfortunately, the current COVID-19 restrictions mean this is no longer possible. Regarding the virtual fitting service you have mentioned, we'd like to be clear that this is not a direct replacement for our in-store service with our trained measure and fit staff, which is why the guarantee clearly specified a customer would need to visit a Clarks store to see if they're eligible.
Right.
In other words, we ain't budging.
Yeah.
So,
well, I mean, I could understand it. You know, if someone went to them in March or April and said, oh, my children outgrew them in January and hadn't informed them. But the fact that I have informed them in plenty of time, even before the deadline is set of the 28th of February, but yet they're still not willing to do anything, I think is well, I won't be buying them again, put it that way.
Well, what I would like to do, because I really feel as if this is a point of principle, but it also, I'm intrigued to know whether, from a legal perspective, you have a right to demand a free pair of shoes, because if that offer was made to you as a direct enticement to purchase the product, I'm interested to know whether, from a legal perspective, whether Clarks have a good reason for not being able to measure your feet personally or not. And of course, we all recognise they do have a good reason for not being able to do so, although they seem to be offering new customers an alternative for measuring their child's feet using an iPad or something along those lines. I'm interested to know, from a legal perspective, whether you can take this any further or whether accepting the 30% reduction off a new pair of shoes is the best that you can expect to get.
Yeah, okay.
Can you leave it with me? I'm going to go and have a word with one of my lawyer friends who assists us on this programme. Let's take it from there, see how you stand, and see whether or not you can take it any further or not.
Okay.
It's intriguing, and I'll tell you why this is very, very interesting. You're not the first person, obviously, to raise this issue. I understand there have been other reports in the press of other customers who are also really unhappy about this. And as far as they're concerned, seeing the offer not being honoured, and Clarks have not budged at all. Obviously, from their perspective, they are probably concerned that if they do have to budge on this, it's going to cost them a lot of money.
Yeah.
And has the potential to open the floodgates. Now, of course, nobody wants to see anybody take advantage of a company, and I certainly don't. But I do want to make sure that a fair offer that a customer has made a purchase based on is honoured. So let's see how we can take this further forward. I'm going to go and have a word with a lawyer, and I'll talk to you very soon, Melody, OK?
OK, Jonathan, thank you for your help.
Thank you, and if you'd like to comment on that case or any other you hear me discussing, 08081 008800.
Fighting for your rights.
Jonathan Vernon Smith. BBC Three Counties Radio.
Every Monday, Wednesday and Friday evening from 6 on BBC Three Counties Radio. Nana,
oh, you really have been bored, crikey.
Consumer problems and making a difference in beds, hearts and bucks. BBC
Three Counties Radio.
Let's have a look at the consumers we've already made a difference to. Across beds, hearts and bucks now, Philip ordered some very large windows and a door for his converted chapel. It's going to be a complex job, and he was pleased to find a